Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Good afternoon all, welcome to Apex Racing TV for the iRTES 2023 Powered by Championship Motorsports Endurance Challenge. My name is Andy Thompson, I'm joined by Owen Carroll with Lee Thompson in the production box. Owen, round 6, Watkins Glen, I mean what more could you ask for a finishing round of an endurance series? It's going to be fast, it's going to be frenetic, and to have the 3 different classes of cars on track at the same time, it's going to be a little bit messy, but it's going to be a grandstand finish to what has been an epic season so far.
Yeah, indeed. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. And yeah, I just said Watkins Glen is a phenomenal track, not only just for racing itself, but also plays host to the 6 hours of the Glen. Today we're doing 3 hours of the Glen for the season finale here today, and yeah, it's a track that offers it all. A track that's fun for single class, but also multi-class as well, with you know, it playing such a factor into these races. So traffic management is going to be key today, and your strategy to avoid traffic for the class of cars is also going to play very key today as well. But yeah, it's been a great championship so far already, and I'm sure we're in for a great round today for the season finale. Yeah,
it definitely is. I mean, we've visited some iconic tracks during the season, all the way back on the March the 5th for Daytona. Then we went to Fuji in April the 30th, Le Mans on May the 21st, the Motegi on June the 25th, the July the 16th was Spa, and obviously today we have the final round, the 3 hours of the Glen. I mean, this is going to be one of my favourite tracks on iRacing. I think it's got it all. Got the straight down start finish, up through the S's, down the back straight, and this layout does have the inner loop on it, so the added bit hindrance of that inner loop through that back straight. But it's certainly going to be, as always, Owen, down to the traffic management of the faster cars. I mean, we've seen it many around that comes into play quite a lot, and no more track than this one. I mean, it's a treacherous part of the circuit, certainly if you come in around the outer loop down through the chutes, and exactly here where we're watching the car spin is that it's going to be a hard work and a hard day's slog for the faster cars and for the GT3 cars to get out of the way of the faster cars. So it's a lot on the line here today.
Yeah, indeed. It's just Watkins Glen, isn't it? You know, the fast flow nature of this circuit just, you know, calls for incidents like we just saw, and also for multi-class as well. It creates such a mess for these guys to find out themselves in the first few laps as well. But yeah, I think whoever's on pole is going to have the best run through it, of course, and then just try and, you know, storm away from the rest of the field, especially in LMDH and LMB2 as well. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be one where, as I said before, strategy needs to come into effect as well to try and avoid the traffic as much as you can, while also keeping a great momentum and pace through this fast-flowing circuit.
Yeah, 100%. And just looking down at the fuel strategies and tyre strategies, the LMDHs and the LMP2s have got 100% fuel and unlimited tyres. But the GT3s have got 88% fuel capacity and only 3 sets of tyres to choose from. Now, a track like Watkins Glen, it gets extremely warm and also is very harsh on the tyres as well. So it's going to be a bit more of a challenge. We saw that out last time, didn't we, really, in Spa, coming towards the tail end of the circuit. But it's going to be certainly interesting. But let's have a look around this Watkins Glen track on board with the CMSRacing.com Pro Team. Coming up through the S's, getting on the power down to a short little straight towards the inner loop, an extremely fast set of corners, like the bus stop, literally clipping all the corners coming in and on the exit, then coming around the very long outer loop. Really got to maintain the speed and be confident of where you're getting back onto the acceleration. Coming down to the very tricky, and I'm expecting to see quite a few cars spin around this, the chute, turn number 6, a little dart now up to the toe, turn number 7, again another prime place for cars to be spinning around on, and very much a blind corner, so if a car has spun in front of you, it's got to be using the force really. Before a little sprint down to turn number 8, the heel again, literally braking as late as possible and using all of the curb, literally going on to the outside of the exit there, coming up through turn number 9, turn 10, another prime place for cars to be spinning around on track before a sprint up to turn number 9, a fast left-hander using all the course, getting right out wide before the last corner. I mean, that's one of the things you've really got to be watching out for. The entry to that pit stop is right on the apex of that corner, and if you're going around that corner, you want to be using it also. You've really got to be understanding of cars on your inside going considerably slower than the car going around the outside and fast as we saw there. But it's going to be an interesting track. I'm absolutely looking forward to this one.
Yeah, indeed. We saw with Thomas Fisher's on board there, of course, Champions Motorsports Pro, our last winners here in this series so far for LMDH. They won round 5 last time out in Spa, so good for them. But yeah, as we saw on board with Thomas there, a lot of under still on the front nose that he had going into most of these corners here today. So yeah, it's going to be difficult to manage the front tyres. Also the rears, I expect the rears is going to be mainly an issue for the GT3 cars, but particularly the fronts for the more prototype nature cars like the LMP2 and the LMDH. Yeah, saving the front tyres is going to be very crucial for these very fast flowing corners and very cambered corners as well. But yeah, it's going to be difficult for everyone really to find their feet and find their balance throughout this track with the multi-class. As you saw there with the final corner with the GT3 going into pit lane, it's so hard to miss, and yeah, it's going to be a treacherous one out there for these guys. But yeah, we've seen it before. Plenty of rounds have shown us that they can manage the traffic really well, so hopefully we shouldn't have too many issues here on lap 1. Well, on the first round of traffic, shall I say, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it definitely is. And obviously the temperature plays a big part in the round. Currently at 37 degrees, 10 past 4 in the evening. So probably get over the majority of the heat, but the heat at this track is very much an influence on how the tyres get warm. Okay, let's have a look at the different current standings within the championship at the moment. So first of all, the LMDH. Currently being led the way by Penguin RC Simulation on 154 points. Obsidian Racing Future not far behind on 147, followed closely by RD Simsports on 142, with RD Simsports 2 on 140. So all to play for, certainly in that LMDH. Pneumatic Motorsports on 129, SimHQ Motorsport Orange on 122. Championship Motorsports Pro on 111, with Static Adrenaline Racing on 110. We2 Fast Racing on 108. Then we've got the tail enders, the Organisation Pro on 89, with Satellite Racing on 35, with 2Pi Racing, Leg Down Racing 21. Over to the LMP2s, currently Tempest Simsports $11 on 175, with SimHQ Motorsports Red on 142. Longhorn Racing 2 on 133, with Sim Republic SR on 129. Blue Shell Racing on 127, with the Organisation Pro Ams on 94, with Penguin RC Simulation LMP2 on 92. RD SimSport 3 on 90 with 100 Force on 85 and the organisation Amateur on 22. Over to the GT3 class then, our leaders are RD SimSport 4 on 170 points with Sim Racing PR second on 150, tied with 2-Back Racing on 150. Temper SimSport $101 on 138 with Back Pain and Ice Drain Racing Team on 128. Imperial Motorsports on 122 with Penguin RC Simulation on 118. Break Fade and marginally above average sim racers both on 107 with Valhalla Motorsports on 99. Long Haul Racing on 92 with CMRSRacing.com Ghosts on 75 with Dog Bear Black on 75. Wild Juice Racecraft on 73 with the organisations on 68 with Flying Lion Racing on 57 with Can-Am Racing on 44. Two Bros on 28 and the Sim Republic SM Racing on 13 and Sim Republic SR2 rounding out the GT3 on 12 points. So all very much to go for there, Owen, in the championship. Certainly looking at the top of the LMDH, extremely close between the top four, and then you look across to the LMP2s, a little bit of a gap for Temper SimSport, $11, but then the rest of the field behind is closely following, so anything could sort of happen. And then in the GT3 class, you've got RD SimSport 4 after pretty much a commanding championship at the moment on 127, 20 points ahead of the Sim Racing PR team, but extremely close for second and third within that GT3, so still all to play for, and anything can happen in a 3 hours endurance race around Watkins Glen, can't it?
Yeah, indeed. As you mentioned there, the LMP2 and GT3 champions are pretty much already checked out, unless anything big for them happens today. But yeah, Temper SimSport 11 and RD SimSport 4 as well for GT3. They've had a dominating season so far, and hopefully they're trying to keep that up, especially with Temper SimSport. They can make it 6 out of 6 almost. So let's see if they can do it today. But yeah, LMDH, of course, Penguin RC Simulation is a team that we didn't really expect to be on the top step of the championship, or at least for me at the very start of the season. You saw your Obsidian Racing Futures, RD SimSports up there leading the way quite dominantly, really. And you think they'd be the ones that are going for the top step. But yeah, Penguin RC Simulation, of course, the sponsor for this series so far as well, leading the way. So good for them that they're up there, only 7 points behind the Obsidian Racing Futures. So they'll see if they can keep that in check today. But yeah, LMP2 and GT3, it's more the battle for second place. It's going to be the one for them today. There's a lot of people gunning for them, top steps of the podium and second places and whatnot. So yeah, it's all to play for in the midfield for them guys, especially in LMDH as well. There's a big battle for pretty much all the top steps, really, that anyone can really grab if anything goes wrong for the top guys today. So yeah, LMDH is definitely the one that can switch around the most today, but LMP2 and GT3, I think our champions are already crowned, unless I jinx that, which I'm sorry guys if I do.
Well, I mean, they still probably got to finish at the race to actually secure their position, but they just got to get around at this 3 hours of Glen, which is a lot easier said than done. You're going to be tripping over, certainly if you're in that LMDH class, a lot of the GT3 cars and the LMP2 cars. It's all going to be about traffic management. I suppose that's been the story of this series. I mean, I was looking at the layout, and I think it was by coincidence that it seems to be like a fast-flowing track followed by a technical track. You can see Daytona, then Fuji, Le Mans and Motegi, Spa and then Glen. It's almost like they designed the tracks around being a little bit of a sprint one, but followed by a more technical one. I think it was by sheer coincidence, but it certainly pays a lot of emphasis on the fact of here today being what I would consider the more technical ones, with the amount of corners, the slow corners that the drivers have got to navigate. And the course is not exactly massively wide. There's certainly one racing line on the majority of these corners. I mean, look around the corners we're looking at the moment, coming out through the toe of thing, coming down into the hill into turn 8. It's going to be technical, and that can certainly ensue during the race that we just watched on track there, coming out of that corner, because the inside car will naturally progress onto the outside of the line. So it's going to be all about safe driving, I think, for the top drivers that are the champions for theirs to lose, I think.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression we saw there with Longhorn Racing and the other Porsche as well. So good to see that they're kind of lightening up and firing up their attitudes before the start of qualifying the race. But yeah, so as we finish off practice, qualifying will just begin and we'll get to the flying laps here at Watkins Glen. And yeah, I'm really excited for this track. It's definitely a favorite of mine and one that I've loved a lot. So yeah, I'm interested to see how these guys navigate it today. Of course, with the bus stop, especially in the LMDH where it's so sensitive to these curb ridings and especially that inside wall for the first right hander. So it'll be interesting to see how risky they take it, to see how close to get to the wall in order to get the most quickest lap time possible. But yeah, we'll find out in any moment now. But yeah, the GT3 is going to find it hard to find the rhythm, especially with all these cars, pretty much right behind them with the LMP2s and LMDHs at the very end of the race, where everyone's going to be everywhere. It's not going to be as clear cut as you have one run of traffic, then you have a nice breather, then another run of traffic. It's going to be very, very to the limit. And yeah, I'm excited to see how these guys all prepare. Of course, we've seen in the series so far that everyone's mainly said that the traffic is fairly manageable, but yeah, I think today will be a little bit different to the previous rounds we've seen.
Yeah, 100%. Just about to go into the qualifying. Each of the teams get solo qualifying with only 3 laps. So pretty much got to ensure they get that banking lap in to be able to really push on for lap 2 and 3. Obviously, that first lap as well, the tyres are going to be relatively cold out on track. So you really don't want to be wasting your second flying lap with just trying to secure a time. And it's very easy to get an off track, certainly around that first corner. If you go too far wide into it, just trying to push it that little bit too much, it's going to be interesting to see who will fly pole position for each of the relevant classes here today. Before we head into our 3-hour endurance race here around the Watkins Glen, it's just going to be an amazing, and just to reiterate the point that you were making, Owen, I think the first couple of laps will be probably the quietest that the drivers have out on track. After that, then you're going to have this big mix up of cars where the LMP2s are catching the GT3s and the LMDHs are catching the LMP2s, and it's going to be pretty hard to follow. But we will bring you all the action here live on Apex Racing TV. But it's going to be interesting in its entirety, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. It's I'm glad that they chose this track for the season finale. It's pretty much as you were saying before with the track selection this season. It's been fast flowing track and quite wide to a quite narrow and technical track to a more widened one, etc. So it's good that they've kind of merged that all together. And for Watkins Glen, of course, it's quite wide for you can have like around about 4 cars wide going into one corner if you want, but yeah, it's just quite fast and flowing to make traffic a little bit harder to pass and whatnot. So yeah, I'm excited to see how these guys get on with it today. I've seen most of these guys race this track before. Of course, being a driver myself, I've seen a lot of these guys out on track, and I've seen what they can do. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they get on today. But also an interesting factor will be the car choice for the LMDH as well. Of course, the Cadillac versus BMW discussion has been a discussion that we've had quite a lot this series as well. But yeah, I think the Cadillac will be quite strong. It won't be as strong in qualifying, but it definitely will be strong in the race, especially when that temperature starts to drop. That's when the Cadillac does start to come a bit more alive with the straight line speed nature of the car. But yeah, the BMW, of course, will be a little bit more powerful in terms of the boot section, where it's able to take these kind of medium to fast flowing sections quite easy. But the Cadillac will also be one to watch, especially towards the end, and especially down that long straight going to bus stop as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it just shows, obviously, the Cadillac lead in the field. It's obviously predominantly on the LMP, the LMDH is the BMW, but it's good to see that the Cadillac, obviously, top in the field at the moment for the RC Simulation Penguins team there. But it's going to be interesting to see if we actually get another LMDH with the obviously the news that Lamborghini have produced one as well. So I wonder how long that will be before we see a Lamborghini LMDH here on iRacing. So give a little bit of selection out on track, as only having 2 classes or maybe 1 with the new addition of the Cadillac on track for the LMDH was probably a bit one-sided, I'd imagine, but it's good to see that the Cadillac flag is being flown here. But yeah, the drivers are now on their flying laps, as you can start to see the qualifying times in. So Obsidian Racing Future head out the LMDH field on a 127.8, with the LMP2s being Temper Sim Sport there on 132. with the GT3s on 2 Racing on 144. So you can sort of see the differences in speed between the three classes. But it's going to be an interesting start of the race, and then when we get the big mix-up. And then we've got the added complications that always puts a spanner in some people's works, is the pit stops.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the strategy for the start of the race is going to be the same for pretty much everyone, really. No matter what class you're in, is just to have the best start you possibly can. And if you're in pole, try and run away and build that gap as much as you can as well to separate yourself from the rest of them when traffic comes for the first time round. So, you know, if you have the gap, especially if you're in pole, if you have that gap around about 1 or 2 seconds when you go into traffic, it could make the difference between, you know, getting 3 GT3s on the straight rather than in the corner compared to, you know, anything else that might happen as well, to separate yourself out from the rest of the field. So really making sure you have a really dialed in start is key, and making sure that you're really saving tires at the very start of the race as well, just so that you're able to push a bit more at the end and really pull away as much as you possibly can do. So I've seen the racing future, of course, for LMVH on pole so far with a 1:27.8, but of course we are still very early into qualifying, around about 9 minutes to go here, so that all could change very soon. As you see, Jose Ramirez for 2 Racing Team, of course, on pole by 0.083 so far, so good for them in the Lamborghini to find their feet. All very close to the wall there for Jose Ramirez. He is leaving not an inch out there in qualifying to try and keep his pole position there, which he is doing quite well so far. But of course, as I said before, still very early into qualifying, so all could change very shortly.
Drivers only have 3 laps to do a qualifying, although the qualifying is 15 minutes. The drivers do only have 3 solo laps, so they pretty much put it all on the line. Like I was saying, it's so important to get that initial banking lap in, and then you can really push on in laps 2 or 3, and that's not what you really want to be doing, going wide there, scrubbing all your speed. So this is a done and dusted lap for the 2 Racing, but they are currently leading the way by 800ths of a second over the Tempest Sim Sport team. But yeah, it's interesting, and having that the shorter lap zone in with only 3 laps to get a qualifying time in, it puts a lot of pressure on the driver that is actually doing the qualifying session.
Yeah, it does. You know, particularly that short amount of time as well, it's so difficult to nail the lap here alone in 1 lap, let alone 3 as well. So yeah, it's a tough one, but these drivers are managing it well so far, especially in the GT3s. They're all fairly close together. In LMVH, it's more spread out than we usually see. We're missing the usual iRacing Sport 1 and 2 car up there as well, so hopefully they have another off-track there at all to start at the back of the grid. But yeah, it's definitely one where off-tracks are easy to get, especially turn 1, as we just seen there as well. But yeah, it's a tough one, as you said, to nail the lap round here. Especially with that off-track of turn 1, as we see Jason Lindy come through turn 1 now. See if he rides up on that curb. He does. Nowhere near enough to get the off-track though, so he's safe from then on. But yeah, as I said before, it's a tough one to get a lap round here nailed, and to not get an off-track and to really nail the entries for the boot section as well is super difficult. And especially with this bus stop, as Jason's about to come through now as well, it's how close you want to get to that wall determines your whole entire bus stop. So he comes around the first right-hander, and he doesn't go anywhere near the wall. Keeps it nice and safe, rides the curves nice and smoothly there, making sure his car is in one piece on the way through. He's come through now into the boot section where it's, yeah, as I said, quite difficult to nail the lap, especially to get the fronts turned in and gripped up nicely instead of understeering away from you, which he has done nicely there. Pushing out quite nicely wide to the exit as well. So it looks like a quite clean lap there, as we see iRacing Sport 2 finally putting the time, which is only 6 tenths slower than the Season Racing Future, so quite far behind from what we usually expect them to see here. But Archie Coveney now coming through for iRacing Sport 1 car. He seems to be on an out lap, seems to be preparing the tyres just for his flying lap here. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Archie can do today. Of course, Archie is a very strong driver. We've seen that across this series. He's had great races, but he just had some not so great races in Le Mans, for example, but I'm sure he won't need reminding of that one. As he goes now to start a flying lap here at Watkins Glen, it should be about his final lap to go as he comes through turn 1. He wants to ride on the curb quite a lot, let his left-hand tyres drift over to the left-hand side. No, it seems like he's going for maybe another out lap. Didn't seem to push that much as I thought he would, but he's on his way to set another lap time. And Matt Kingsbury coming through for Penguin RC Simulation. Only 1.1 seconds off, so it's quite close in the GT3 field to what we'd usually expect.
Yeah, I suppose this is the track in itself. I'm just looking down the different classes, and we normally see them within thousands or hundreds of a second of each other, but a lot more spread out here at the Watkins Glen. Exactly like you said, so easy to get off track, so drivers being really cautious to make sure that they get that flying lap in. Then they go for the second and the third laps around here, and where you're pushing extremely hard. I mean, that was a super close there from the Penguin RC Simulation GT3 team there, just slightly getting it wide there on the exit of turn 1, and it's so easy to get that off track there, you know, and then that's your lap pretty much done. So, you know, it's so many places that you can lose the lap around this track in Watkins Glen, and that's sort of reflected in the times. I mean, you look at the LMDH, it's near enough half a second gap between first and second. I think that's unheard of in the previous 5 rounds that we had. Then you go to the LMP2, it is just over half a second for first and second. The closest one is the GT3s between Sim Racing PR, who have managed to just get above the 2-pack racing team. 0.08 of a second is the difference there, and then 1.167 seconds between 2-pack racing and Tempest Sim Sports as well. So a lot closer in the GT3 class than what it is in the LMDH and the LMP2 class.
Yeah, indeed. As we see, Archie Corby now on board with him. He must have been on the right outlap because he's 4 seconds off, which is usually not his pace. So as he comes here, flying through the bus stop on the right-hander, getting very close to the wall, nicely done. Riding the curb, straight line on the curbs as much as you can. Nicely done as well. Tucks in quite late into the apex of the carousel, widens out the corner nicely as well, coming into the chute on the left-hander, brake quite late, turning quite early, on the throttle very early as well to use with the camber, stretch the car out to the right-hand side using with the curb. Now, get the car over to the left-hand side, brake it in a straight line, then bring it back over to the right-hand side. Take a fairly late apex, he's done there quite well. Let the car drift out all the way to the left-hand side, just mirroring the grass on the left. Very nicely done there for Archie so far. It seems like a good lap, so it might put in somewhere near Obsidian Racing Future. Now, you don't want to overshoot turn 8 at all, which he doesn't there. Tucks in nicely to the apex, runs out wide nicely as well. Again, it's all about using the exits and the track that it gives you to your advantage as well. So running on the curb nicely on the left-hand side, bringing it over to the right on the curb nicely as well. Tucking over to the right and swing back over to the left for the fast left-hander. Completely flat out in these cars, pushing over to the right-hand side curb, back over to the left. And again, very fast flowing nature of the circuit. Push it all the way left to the wall. Seems like a very nice time. Let's see as he comes across the line. And he goes pole. New pole sitter then in LMDH. RTES Sport with a 127.369, 3 tenths quicker than the Obsidian Racing Future. So great lap there for Archer.
Yeah, it definitely was. Really put the pedal to the metal. You saw on board there is nice, smooth lines around. Completely different driving styles to the GT3s, which are a lot more ragged around the corners to get that speed out, whereas the LMDHs are super smooth on a track. But watching the RTS, marginally above average for racers. Yeah, currently in 4th place, so I would say well above at the moment in the GT3 field. Only half a second off the leader, who is Sim Racing PR there, but we'll have a look at see what Scott can do here, coming down towards the inner loop. A very tricky part of the circuit here for the GT3 cars. I mean, you saw how the LMDH pretty much just flat out through that part of the section. The GT3's gotta lift a little bit and then get back onto the power, but really gotta watch your exit coming out of the inner loop and then around the outer loop, like you were saying, just hugging that inside. I almost look for the marker on the inside where the road cutting is before getting back onto the acceleration and just literally spits you out the chute. But there's Scott just giving up on that lap up there. Currently joined with Peter Skidar there of the RTES Sim Sports 2 team, currently in 4th place in your LMDH class. Starts another lap here, and extremely close now at the top of the LMDHs there, Owen.
Yeah, this is more what we expected to see, you know, with the championship so far. We expected to see this fairly close field. And Peter Skidar, of course, another strong driver in this series so far, trying to equal well, if not better, the RTES Sport 1 car's time. It goes a little bit wide there at the chute. That might not help him in his chances of getting pole position here, but it might help his chances of getting close to the Racing Future there. Which, yeah, RTES Sport #1 car, Archie, actually improved this time from last time, so it goes another 500ths quicker than his last lap there, so just brings the gap away from the Racing Future even more. But yeah, for this lap for Peter Skidar, it doesn't look too fast at the minute, sliding a lot and missing a lot of the apexes here, so it might do okay to fit inside Penguin RC Simulation for 3rd place. But yeah, it seems a bit squirrely there on the exit. You can see the rear end really dragging it round, and yeah, this doesn't seem a too quick time here, so might not even improve this time if he's if he's sliding like this, as you see coming through the last corner. Looks fairly tiny there, but doesn't seem to be quick enough to advance any higher. Let's have a look as he crosses the line. Peter Sickdale for iRacing Sport 2 doesn't improve, so stays 4th place, and that pretty much rounds out your LMDH field as well, and pretty much rounds out your entire qualifying field.
It certainly does. I think he lost it there coming down the chute into turn number 6. You saw the back end just skipping out a little bit on the car, so he would have lost a lot of speed coming down there, and I think that's probably the main point where he lost that lap, did Peter. But during the race, I'm pretty sure that he's going to be up there with the rest of the field. But just waiting to head over to the starting grid here, so let's take you through it. So in first place, we got RD Sim Sports. In second place, we got Obsidian Racing Future with Penguin RC Simulation in third. In fourth, we got RD Sim Sports 2, and in fifth, we got CMSRacing.com Pro with Static Adrenaline in sixth. SimHQ Motorsports Orange in seventh, with Pneumatic Motorsports in eighth. Into the LMP2 field, we have Tempest SimSports 11 on your pole sitter, with SimHQ Motorsports Red in second place. The organisation Pro-Am in third place, with 104th in fourth. Penguin RC Simulation LMP2 in fifth, with Blue Shell Racing in sixth. Longhorn Racing 2 in seventh. Over to your GT3 field. In pole position, we got Sim Racing PR with Tupac Racing in second place, with Tempest SimSport 101 in third. iRTES marginally above average sim racers in fourth, with Imperial Motorsports in fifth. Penguin RC Simulation GT3 in sixth, with Valhalla Motorsports in seventh. RD SimSport 4, probably the poorest qualifying we've seen from them guys, in P8th, with Back Pain and Eye Strain Racing Team in P9th. Team Break Fade in P10th, with Longhorn Racing in 11th, with Wild Juice Racecraft in 12th. Flying Lions in 13th, with Dog Bear Black in 14th. And the organisation, I don't know if they're going to join us, in P15th, but they didn't set a time in qualifying. Oh, yes, they did.
It's interesting there from RD Sport 4 GT3 to not be at the very front of the field. Of course, usually we're used to seeing none other than Steve Mello qualify the car right at the front, but yeah, Rob seems to have a little bit of an issue there in quali. But yeah, if the car average pace is around about the same, we should see them at the front of the field very shortly as well. But interestingly enough as well, in LMDH, of course, your top three in the championship being Penguin RC Simulation, Obsidian Racing Future, then RD Sport. Flip that order around, and that's your qualifying position. So all to play for here in LMDH, especially within that top three. So yeah, good to see that they're all banning out very closely there for top step in the championship. And of course, thanks to Penguin RC Simulation for sponsoring this series. Of course, it's been a brilliant series so far with these 5 rounds, and hopefully this could be even better. And yeah, of course, Penguin RC Simulation make button boxes, other types of sim racing peripherals through your sim racing rig. So yeah, go check them out. Go head over to their website. They've sponsored this league, of course, for the whole entire season, and hopefully can bring us a fantastic end to this championship as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. One thing I really do like about this series is the opening lap there at Warp School is an orange zone, which is basically for the drivers to be especially careful on that first lap, which gives a really good opportunity for the tyres to warm up. And in this lap, it's on the outer loop where the orange zone finishes. So we may see not a lot of movement in the first part of the race, but certainly once they get past that orange zone, the action will ensue. But the drivers are very courteous of each other, certainly on that opening lap, because with the new iRacing Model 1 tyres, it certainly makes it extremely interesting, certainly around a track like this where it's going to be super easy on that opening laps to spin the car. But yeah, it gives the opportunity for the drivers to warm their tyres up and not expect someone to probably try an optimistic pass from about 10 cars back. So should get all the cars through the first lap relatively unscathed, touch wood, but you never know. This is Watkins Glen after all. But what's your thoughts on winners from each class then, Owen?
Oh, don't do this to me. It's a tough one. I mean, I believe that Archie Coveney in the RD Sport car and Austin Coveney as well can do greatness at this round today. Of course, we've seen how strong they've been throughout most of the rounds so far, especially in Fuji and Le Mans, but unfortunate setbacks made them lose out massively. So I believe they might be the strongest team here we got today, but yeah, I mean, we've seen it before. We've seen them lead by loads, and then suddenly a penalty comes in their way, or a mistake from one of the drivers himself actually make them, cost them a win and loads of points as well. But yeah, I'm gonna go RDC Sport for LMDH, and LMP2, of course, you have to go 10% Sport. Why wouldn't you? And GT3, ooh, I'm gonna go for 2 Racing Team. I feel like they have something up their sleeve today. Of course, they won in round 4. And I believe they can win again here in the season finale. So yeah, best of luck to everyone out there, and I hope I don't jinx anyone, but they are my predictions here today.
We'll see how they come on during the race here, but just about to get this one underway. 3 hours ahead of us is a race for the championship here at Watkins Glen as we actually LMDH just coming around the last corner. You'll see it go green, but you might not see the cars go. There is a starting zone here out on track, which is about 100 meters back from the start finish line, but we'll wait to see the drivers going there, and it's all down to RD Sim Sports and Archie to get this race underway. You can see the cars there coming up. They are go, and Archie gets a good lead, gets a decent advantage over the Obsidian Racing feature. I've got Penguin RC Simulation Sport giving them a little bit of hassle into the first corner and gets a nice little getaway. Does the RD Sim Sports driven by Archie Coveney here in the opening lap. This is the first time going up through the S's here, which is always very treacherous in these cars, but looking back at the LMP2s, Temper Sim Sports pretty much stay where they are. 100 Force has managed to get a position gain over the organisation Pro-Am teams. Looking further back in the GT3 class, that's where we see the majority of the moves being made. The RTES marginally above average Sim Sports have managed to get ahead of the Temper Sim Sport 101 team, so they've lost a position. Penguin RC Simulation have managed to move up to 5th from 6th, and then you've got RD Sim Sports moving up 1 place at the start there to 7th place, but relatively tame on this opening lap. We've got 3 hours ahead of us, plenty of racing to be coming on, and the LMDHs and the LMP2s probably want to take a little bit of breath and enjoy these laps with just themselves racing, because it's going to be short-lived when they catch up to the rear end of the GT3 class, and then that's where the fun will really start to ensue out on track. But as we see there, Pneumatic Motorsport Blue, Jason Lundy, car got extremely, I think he's got certainly a crabbing car there.
Yeah, indeed. It must have been damaged further back at turn 8, but yeah, Jason Lindy, unfortunate start for them guys today. Their separation pretty much done and dusted instantly, but yeah, great start from our pole sitters here today, especially in the 2, of course, Tempest Sport. We knew they'd lead the way, but of course they have a 1.5 second, well, 1.1 second gap so far, separating them from the rest of the field. So good to see that they're away and starting the race quite clean. But yeah, it's all livening up here in the midfield here today for all of our classes really, and especially up in LMDH as well, where we see RDC Sport and see the Racing Future battling out only 3 10 separating them two. So yeah, it's going to be a good race for them two today, and especially in the mix of RGD3s here, we see Temper Sim Sport, Jose Ramirez as well for 2 Racing Team, currently in P2, with Sim Racing PR leading the way. So Sim Racing PR having a great start here today, 5 tenths away from 2 Racing Team. Not enough to be completely safe in traffic, but enough to take a bit of a breather at the start as well, as we see Tempest Sim Sport. They can definitely breathe a sigh of relief in traffic as well, as they have a 1.2 second gap now, and that will only keep extending with the pace that they have inside them today. So yeah, I'm excited to see where the LMDHs are in terms of the GT3s, because I know it does come up very, very quickly. But yeah, we're looking into a good race today, especially in the midfield here for LMP2 and GT3.
Yeah, it certainly will be a couple of laps before they get to the tail end of the GT3 class for the LMBDH, and probably about 3 laps for the LMP2s before they catch up. Relatively a short lap around Watkins Glen here, and that's when the fun is really going to start to ensue, and that's where we'll see the gaps extending, depending on where they actually hit the traffic out on this track. It's probably more prevalent this one than it was at Spa, because if you get stuck behind a GT3 coming down, say the chutes part of the section of track, you're really going to lose a lot of time. But back at the front, RD Sim Sports, followed closely by the Obsidian Racing Future. A little bit of a gap back to RD Sim Sports 2 before we've got our current leaders in the championship, Penguin RC Simulation LMDH in 4th, driving the Cadillac, all still within show. So the top 4 protagonists are the top 4 currently in the LMDH class, so all to look forward to on who will come out on top in that field. But LMP2 Tempest Sim Sport, I mean, they're just super quick out on track, aren't they? 1.6, nearly 1.7 seconds advantage at the moment. Andre's really driving that car hard early on, trying to just get out of that slipstream effect from the SimHQ Motorsports red team there in second place. But you start seeing the gaps already in tune quite large. 1.6 from second to first, 2.5 from third to second, and then 3.5 from fourth to third. I mean, the gaps are certainly there in the LMP2s on the track. Although to the GT3s then, got a close race at the front of that. Sim Racing at PR currently only always see it at LMDH, but a GT3 car of the Tempest Sim Sport completely getting it wrong in that inner loop there. It's easy to do, certainly if you try and take too much of the corner on that entry into the corner on the inner loop. That's where you can spin a car out. I think that's exactly what happened to Zhao there.
It seems like maybe they've had a little bit of a contact with the wall there on the right front, but let's have a look at Jason Lundy here going for the grass. So you can see his car crabbing a lot. Right rear damage, shall I say, on that car. So definitely took a hit going into turn 8. So let's have a look at what happened. Oh, so he lit it all by himself there, and Static Adrenaline had really nowhere to go. Tried to predict it, but couldn't predict it well enough. And yeah, that's right rear damage for Jason Lundy. So a self spin there for Jason, unfortunately there, but caught them out. Definitely lacking the Static Adrenaline there, just having nowhere else to go. So shame for them both, because they'll both have damage. Let's have a look at the Tempest Sim Sports incident there. Happened as well. I believe this will be contact with the wall from the right hand side. He turns in, probably turns in a bit too early. Yeah, it does. So just hits the curb, runs off into the wall, and yeah, no ice for him to go. So unfortunate for Tempest Sim Sport there. Drives back on track and tries to get it fixed straight away. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of positions lost for what could have been a great race for Tempest Sim Sports there.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously the line, wasn't it, before they sort of iRacing updated the track, was to take as much of that inside curb as you can, but now they put a slight little raise on the inner edge of that curb. So if you try and hit the full corner, you see exactly what happened there. Literally the back end of the car lifts off the top, and then basically you're just going into the wall, unfortunately. But always a trick, and there's a fine line between getting it absolutely perfect to sort of getting it completely wrong and losing your race. And that's where we saw, as we already see now, the RD Sim Sports catching the rear of the GT3, gets around the outside of the outer loop. Nice clean pass, but this is where it gets a little bit treacherous coming down towards the chute. You've really got to be committed for where you pass the cars coming around here, because that inside line, a lot of the drivers will be hugging the inside line here. But you can see how much the leader is currently being held up by the GT3 car, locked, so you can see right in his rear view mirrors at the top of the screen how quickly now the RDC Sport 2 team has managed. What happened there to the Obsidian Racing feature? Was it just that Obsidian just got caught up in the traffic a little bit too much, and then that gave the opportunity to the RD Sim Sport team? It certainly looks like it, but they're currently a second back from the RD Sim Sport 2 team, so it certainly had some sort of issue.
Yeah, it might have been just Obsidian Racing Future not taking too many risks early on, which is obviously a good tactic to use, but yeah, definitely one that can cost you a lot of places. So let's have a look at Peter Zickdal now coming through the chute. Sees an opening inside, tries to look for it, it blocks it off. Oh, very quick thinking there with Peter Zickdal. And then, of course, the RD Sim Sport 1 car boxing them off, which allows Peter to go around the outside. It's a lovely move there by Peter Zickdal, of course, helped by the number 1 car there as well. So great team play there. And yeah, that's RD Sim Sport 1 and 2 in that order as well with team names.
That was certainly a great bit of teamwork there, you know, blocking in the Obsidian Racing Future to give the opportunity for sister teams to come around the outside of that corner. So a great 1-2 there for the teams as they go 3 wide. Just come in here out of the S's. A little bit of door banging here between the Wild Juice Racecraft team. Not ideal to go side by side onto the inner loop, but both cars do manage to get through that unscathed.
Yeah, very, very brave there from the Ferrari there. That was a good bit of driving there. Of course, forced his opponent out wide, which is a good tactic to use, but yeah, could be looking into the steward's room for that one as well. So got to be careful with their moves. Of course, we've seen how strict the penalties have been this season so far, so any wrong move, you have to be really cautious of what you're doing. So yeah, good move, good aggression, but might be looked at by the stewards soon enough. As we see this battle continue between iRacing Sports 2 and Obsidian Racing Future. Of course, this really helped out iRacing Sports 1 race because Obsidian Racing Future were right on their tail throughout the entire first few laps. So they're able to romp away now, about 1.6 away from Obsidian Racing Future, and able to breathe a bit more as we seem to have cleared all the GT3 traffic now. So again, just pedal to the metal, really push as much as you can to try and extend that gap that you've just achieved there through traffic, and wait until the GT3s come around again, or if not, LMP2s come in the way. So yeah, I think Peter Sigdal's job now is to keep up this pace, keep Obsidian Racing Future behind, because of course they are behind the iRacing Sport 1 car only by 2 points, but team orders, stuff like that, we know how strict that can be in some teams, so they may be ordered just to stay behind, fight as much as they can, and yeah, keep Obsidian Racing Future there hanging on for dear life, really. But iRacing Sport 2, Peter Sigdal actually seems very quick right now compared to the iRacing Sport 1 car, losing a lot of time so far. Now 9 tenths separates them, so maybe not. Maybe we could see iRacing Sport 2 battling out for the lead, and not a lot of team orders coming into play.
I know we did, but we can certainly see there the effects of these LMDH cars when they catch up with the GT3s. The biggest loser there being the Obsidian Racing Future, going from second place and just behind the RD SimSport team to being in third place, 1.1 seconds behind the RD SimSport 2 team now, who profited from that move coming up through the heel. So it's a lot of time can be gained and lost between the back markers, certainly in this faster team, and vice versa as well. The slower cars like the GT3s and even the LMP2s, if I dare to call them slow, compared to the LMDHs, it's letting the cars through at a position that's not going to influence or detract from your race, but also not hindering the car behind. And unfortunately, there are occasions where the faster cars literally just can't get past the slower cars, and it's having that understanding between the drivers and between the classes to say, look, don't pass or don't try and overtake him here or cut up the inside here. But as the race progresses and it comes more on the line, we may see a few more ambitious moves, should I say, when the championship positions and finishing positions are on the line. But it's very early on, only 11 minutes into a 3-hour race around the Glen here, and we're currently watching our number 1 GT3 Lamborghini of Sim Racing PR, with Miguel Colon there in first place, followed closely by 2 Point Racing. So pretty much those two teams sticking with each other from where they started the race in, but starting to get a little bit of a gap now over the iRTES marginally above average sim racers. Well, a cracking start to this race, up 2 places from where they started. So they're having a great race out on track. But Sim RD SimSport 4, 10.4 seconds off in 6th place, not having the starts that we normally see them have in the GT3 class.
No, I was thinking that as well, but then looking at the championship orders, of course, they are 20 points ahead of Sim Racing PR, who are currently leading, so it might be enough for them to keep their place. Well, in the top step of the podium, that is, of course. 6th place, yeah, they should be able to retain the top step so far, so I don't think they're too worried about where they are right now. Of course, it would be more comfortable to be right at the front, but yeah, they're still okay in terms of the championship position right now. But they just got to make sure they don't have any issues or any accidents with LMDHs or LMP2s or even themselves as well. So yeah, of course, on track in terms of this race, we're not really seeing them do as well as we think they should be doing. But yeah, for the championship, I think they're a bit more relaxed than they would usually be so far. But for Jose Ramirez, he's definitely not relaxed. He is wanting to get that first place as quick as he can do. Of course, putting a lot of pressure on the rear end of that Sim Racing PR machine. And we saw how much time that Jose gained last lap in the first few sectors. So let's see if we can do it again and mount a challenge on Sim Racing PR at all. As we switch over to LMP2s, of which we have the battle for second place here with Sim Racing Motorsports Red, 100 and Penganasi Simulation LMP2. So let's see if anyone's going to go for a move as they come through the GT3s. Defends the inside. Doesn't seem to be any moves going yet. Penganasi Simulation looks towards the inside. Oh, nice move there by John Majorbanks there on the 100 force machine. He goes through to challenge Sim HQ Motorsports Red and leaves 100 force waiting in the dust, really. Around about a second gap that separates them. So good stuff there from John Majorbanks there. To slip into third place and keep this battle for second place very much alive for Sim HQ Motorsports Red and Penganasi Simulation.
Yeah, it definitely is. We can already see the Tempest Sims 14 at the top of the LMP2. Sort of checked out at the moment, 3 seconds ahead of this battle we're currently watching out on track for the second place in that LMP2 class. It did lose a little bit of time during that GT3 traffic, was up to around about 3.8 seconds, so I lost back around about 0.8 of a second overall of the Tempest Sims Sport. But as you can see now, the rest of the LMP2 SimHQ Motorsports trying to navigate the traffic, and like I was saying, it's where you hit the traffic, and that is the place that you do not want to be behind a GT3 car in one of these faster cars. And you can see that the SimHQ Motorsport Red already pulling out a 1.4 second gap over the Penguin RC Simulation just by getting in front of that GT3 car round turn number 9. So all to play for here as we look for a change for the lead here. Tupac Racing take over the number 1 spot in the GT3 from the Sim Racing PR team. So these two I think are going to go nail and tongue at it for the entirety of this race, both in the same car, so no real advantage of car difference. It's all going to be down to setups. I mean, Owen, setup, which one would you rather go with, a slow downforce or a high downforce?
Well, at the minute, Miguel's taking it back, going through, down the inside of the bus stop there, takes it back with demanding force as well. 7 tenths now separates them both, but really aggressive move by Miguel, and paid off lovely as well. So really great move by Sim Racing PR to slot back into first place there with an 8-tenth gap than they had before. So Super Racing team's going to be a bit annoyed with themselves, so they didn't defend that too much, but Sim Racing PR takes back P1. And as we see, Archie Covenant as well leading the way from his teammate, iRacing Sport 2 there as well. But yeah, in terms of the setup here for the GT3s, you mainly want a high downforce one here, to be honest, because the amount of fast flowing corners you have, especially in any type of car, in the LMP2 and GT3, high downforce is the way to go. Of course, the straight is fairly long. You can reach up to around about 295 kilometers an hour in these LMDHs, maybe more with the attack mode as well. But yeah, you'd rather have that high downforce to really help you round these fast flowing natures of the boot and all the rest of the corners as well, to really help your tyre wear and also help your sense of driving as well, to get more of a comfortable stance in the car as well. But yeah, in GT3 it's going to be more of the same, as we see Archie Copley as well trying to use as much downforce that he can to blast through these corners to pull away from the cars behind him. Of course, the cars behind him being his teammate and the Team Racing Future, which are now all within 7 tenths, helped lovely by traffic as well. They'll navigate their way through, very, very slow through turn number 10 there for Archie. And now obviously the Racing Future's right at the rear end of Peter Sikdar there as well. Gets a nice run through traffic there in the penultimate corner, forces the GT3 out wide, which is, again, very aggressive for LMDHs to do, but it's necessary as well. If you see a GT3 that's running fairly low in the order, you mainly want to just kind of move them out the way for your race, of course, which is not the way you should do it, but it is definitely the way that LMDH drivers will do it if they have to as well.
Yeah, it definitely is, but you can sort of see there the two RD SimSport teams were starting to pull away slightly from the Obsidian Racing Future ahead of the LMDH field, but then that little bit of traffic through turns number 8, 9 and 10 really brought them back in again, and you can see Obsidian Racing Future super close now to the RD SimSport 2 team coming through the inner loop again here for lap number 12. 17 minutes into this 3-hour race there, and I was wondering what Archie was doing there, but obviously that GT3 car just taking his foot off the pedal. Wow, look at that GT3 car in the background going side by side that really held up Obsidian Racing Future, and they're going to be fuming inside that car, losing a load of time to the front runners there. You can just see by that little tiny mistake has made a little bit of a gap now between the front two, but again, that will probably get neutralised very shortly in this race when the next round of GT3 cars come up, but that was a close one.
Yeah, very, very, very nice move there by Peter Sikdar. This is Sport 2 car to find that little gap in the chute between the two GT3s, to slot his way in and then blast his way out to keep us in the Racing Future there waiting as well. Didn't last too long though, because they are right back where they started at the start of the lap as well. But yeah, very, very nice move there from Peter Sikdar to find his way through, and then iRacing Sport 4 GT3 helps them out again, separates that gap to now 1 second. So yeah, it's all everything flowing here. It's hard to tell what's really going on with all these battles if it keeps chopping and changing like this. But yeah, we come back to LMP2s that I haven't talked much about today, but there's been no need to really, because the gaps are kind of separated out more than we thought. Penguin Simulation now with 100 force behind them. Of course, did that lovely move down into the bus stop to take third place, but now 100 Force is trying to get that place back off Peganos's simulation. Lost a lot of time to SimHQ Motorsports Red, have they so far? Well, about 3 seconds or so separates them, but it's enough for them to keep a comfortable third place with 100 Force behind them, separating them with the organisation Pro-Am, which is, 16 seconds off the lead and nowhere near 5th place for them to worry about so far.
No, it hasn't. And you can see how the traffic has sort of really influenced the LMP2, because we had SimHQ Motorsports Red, Penguin RC Simulation and 100 Force, you know, fighting it out for that second place. And after the round of GT3 overtakes, you can see there that the biggest winner is the SimHQ Motorsports Red. It has around about a 3-second gap now over the Penguin RC Simulation LMP2. But you can see a lot of action here down the field in P8 with Valhalla Motorsports having a really big in this LMDH car, just nipping around the inside of Darren Rutford for Valhalla Motorsports in that car, but trying to fight hard with the Dog Bear Black team overall, losing out a position. And it's just the way and the nature of this track. This is why I think I absolutely love it, is the fact that certainly when you've got multi-class on this, certainly this track, it looks a bit dodgy, that glass on the outside of the turn, isn't it?
A little bit, as we see here. Peter Zigdorf trying to defend from the Sim Racing Future. No attack mode being used by the Sim Racing Future. They're very surprising, I thought, with the gap that the Sim Racing Future had, with the switches deployment of the battery mode into attack. Had a little bit of an advantage down the straight. Around about 10 kilometers an hour, you get advantage down the straight compared to your rivals. So, Geese behind for now, maybe due to a kind of strategy game with fuel, maybe tyres as well. But stays behind for now. But, very close between Peter and the Sim Racing Future car there. Batting out for still second place. That gap is still around about 8 tenths, 9 tenths now, separating the top 3. Penguin RC Simulation, of course, our championship leaders so far, still holding on. 1.8 seconds back, which may seem a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, you can see in the background there, it is not actually that much. So when the traffic comes around again and pit stops happen, with the fuel that they may have saved as well, they may see themselves very much within this battle, right in the mix of things as well. But Archie Coveney is more the vulnerable one here today, because he's out in front. Not really got too much to fuel save from, apart from traffic, and manages tyres well at all. But he's out in front trying to lead the way with, of course, others in Sport 2 sitting there saving their tyres, saving their fuel, with obviously the Racing Future there as well, doing the exact same thing. So, Archie's going to be a little bit worried when it comes to the pit stops and how it's going to end up for his car. But, Patrick Sigdar, massive shot into the wall. Applies too much curb on the outside of turn 1 and goes straight into the barriers.
Wow, that was a big accident there coming around turn number 1, and that takes out RD Sim Sport 2 as quick as that. Literally looked like he came around turn 1, like you said, took a little bit of a bounce on that outside curb that literally just thrown him around. Let's have a look on board with Peter and see what happened there. Normally a really consistent driver coming around turn number 1.
Wow.
Just that little bit of the track. I don't think he could have done absolutely anything. He's probably ridden that corner around about 1,000 times, and that is 1 in 1,000 opportunity that unfortunately has put paid to the RD Sim Sport 2 team at the moment. He will have to tow back so they've got to endure the tow back, then get the fast repair and get out. But that will be them at the back of the LMDH. That was a big accident.
Yeah, it's the things you've got to watch out for in these LMDHs and all the cars, especially in LMP2 as well. It's just that understeer for turn 1. You give it that little bit too much steering angle to get the car turned in, instead of just straightening out the steering, taking the off track. You really turn the steering round, give it a lot of steering lock, and as soon as you do that and ride the curb, as you're jumping through the air, the front tires land back on the floor, and as you're still turning around about 90 degrees or so, your car's just going to end up flipping to the right hand side, which is exactly what happened to Peter Sigdar there. As we see a move here for Team Brake Fade, trying to go up into 9th place, and does so with a bit of ease there from Valhalla Motorsports. Doesn't seem to put up too much of a fight there, just allows them to go on through and see what they're racing in order to catch Dog Bear Black in 8th place as well. That gap has separated quite a lot since we last looked back at these guys, so traffic may have played a big part into it, or Dog Bear Black found a lot of pace to pull away from these guys. But good move there by Team Brake Fade. Fairly straightforward. As we got back onto the GG3 battle as well. For Sim Racing PR and 2-Power Racing team, again, no to tell as we've seen them all race so far, with a good little battle that they had, a couple of laps ago now, with Sim Racing PR taking back the lead in a dominating way. But yeah, no to tell still. about 2 temps separated them. Doesn't seem like two part racing teams going to get a solid run here to make a move into the bus stop, but should be a good opportunity to save some fuel, save some tyres, and just wait until that pit stop to try and get them that way and really extend the gap in the pits.
Yeah, definitely. As we watch him on the inner loop, was having a look down the inside, but certainly shows the pace that the two-pack racing team have. Obviously, the last time that we did see the Sim Racing PR do the overtaking move really impacted the two-pack racing team. They obviously dropped off around about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds, but have managed to claw that back to get right onto the rear tail of the Sim Racing PR Lambo team. Both of these are in the same car, so no car advantage out on track, but the Lambo is probably one of the all-rounder cars in iRacing in the GT3 class, so really well suited to this Watkins Glen track, and certainly showing at the moment the top two being the Lamborghini cars. iRTES marginally above average sim racers, around about 4.6 seconds off this battle we're currently watching. They're having a cracking race, up one place, I think they're up 3 places from where they actually started in the GT3 field in 5th. The biggest news that we just watched earlier on with Team Brake Fade is Valhalla Motorsports. They seem to be going the wrong way, down 3 positions from where they started the race overall, and looks like the Tempest Simsport 101 team are certainly well at the back, down 12 places, so they've had some sort of major issue out on track that's really put paid to their race.
Yeah, we saw earlier on as well that they ended up in the wall, so they've probably got that car fixed, and it's cost them obviously that loads of places they lost as well. But of course, like this in Sport 4, as we see a move there, going down the inside of Sim Racing Future. Tried it late there, going to turn 10, it almost worked. I just saw it coming, covered it off nicely with a good exit there, but yeah, that was demanding there from Sim Racing Future. Is desperately trying to get into the lead after they saw iRacing Sport 2 crumbling away from them right in front of their eyes. It was very, very close that no one actually got involved in that shunt at all. But Sim Racing Future, of course, they've had the back foot in this race. They've been stuck in P2, P3 at some points as well, but they might have been able to save their tyres a little bit better than Archie has right in front, so maybe Sim Racing Future just trying to use that to their advantage here and trying to really get behind the iRacing Sport 1 car and maybe try and bat a move before traffic comes again. Of course, we see them on screen now, so they're running through the stages of the traffic as we speak. Well, only one GT3 so far, but it's definitely one where, the battle has definitely ebbed and flowed here today, as we see, Archie and Sim Racing Future, they're getting very, very nose to tail there with that GT3, and it's, again, that one GT3 can make the biggest difference. Of course, we saw the gap there going into bus stop as around about 6 tenths, with Sim Racing Future saving a lot of fuel there, and all of a sudden it's right back down to 2 tenths, maybe even a move here for Sim Racing Future. We saw how late they went in down to the inside of turn 10, so maybe if the gap is there, then Rodriguez will have it down the inside, which he definitely is able to do.
Certainly is. One of the drivers that are really intriguing me is the Penguin RC Simulation team, driven by Blake Reynolds, having a really conservative race there. You can just see him in the background, the one and only Cadillac LMDH car. He was catching the Obsidian Racing Future team, was right on the tail of the Obsidian Racing Future team, and then just backed off. So I think that team's playing a really good tactical race at the moment. Literally not getting too involved with the front runners, as we obviously saw with the RD Sim Sport 2. It's so easy to get it completely wrong around this track. They are currently leading the championship. Where they're probably at the moment is probably enough for them to win the championship, and therefore they're just going around, just making sure they keep with the front runners, but also stay massively out of trouble as well. So a very tactical race happening, and possibly even fuel saving at the same time, just keeping the front two, because they're not getting that far away. I'm just looking at the last laps. They were actually quicker than the front two drivers, so just steadily putting the laps in there, just keeping the front two honest as we watch the 3 classes near enough go side by side on the outer loop there, as the LMP2 just mostly gets out the way for Cadillac and chews on. But very interesting race overall. But back at the front, Tempest Simsport in the LMP2. there's no other team really in that class, to be honest. He nearly gets it completely wrong, showing his disdain there coming around turn number 10. Literally nearly lost that, and it's just so easy to lose it around that turn number 10 here out on Watkins Glen, but did a great job to save it. Currently 6.5 seconds ahead of the Sim Racing HQ red team, but at the moment seems to be driving this track as well as every other track in this series.
Oh, and T-Bar Racing Team there, as we just see, takes the lead. So a bit of an issue there for Sim Racing PR, who went very, very wide at turn 1. Got back behind T-Bar Racing Team, and they are able to run away with it now. 0.6 of a second now brings that gap to a standstill, as they're in the slipstream battle now, coming through the bus stop. But yeah, T-Bar Racing Team take the lead in a fashion that I can't really see what happened, but we'll see the replay now. On board Jose Ramirez, as he's coming down into turn 1. For Sim Racing PR right in front of them. It seems like they might have overshot the... Oh, a little bit of a slide there going to turn 1. A little bit too much speed taken. Had to get on the brakes a bit more. That looped the front around, and there we go. That's Sim Racing PR down to second place with a bit more of a warmer tyres than he would have wanted. But yeah, 5 of a second now separate these two, and yeah, that figure separated these two today. Of course, we've seen in GT3 the gaps have been quite spread out to what we usually end up seeing due to the traffic and other factors here and there, but these two have been noticed out throughout the entire race, so really great stuff from them two to stay as close as they can do and give us a great show in GT3. Who have also given us a good show is iRTES Sport and the Team Racing Future again, up in the front. We're still battling nose to tail as we speak right now, going through GT3s once more. Doesn't look to the inside turn 10 as he used to there, did Rodriguez. Keeps it nice and calm, but yeah, as you were talking about with Penguin RC Simulation earlier on, you know, with their fuel management game, it might end up working for them, but probably not anymore with the amount of traffic that they've had. And, you know, a 4.4 second gap, that's not going to be possible in fuel there. So Antonio Rodriguez gets very close to the wall. Scares me a little bit there. But yeah, traffic is definitely one to make a lot of difference here today. Not so much for the top leading GT3s, but definitely enough for these guys. And then DH as the LMP2 takes no prisoners there. It's getting very, very nose to tail and very twitchy and touchy here. For Sim Racing Future still keeps around about 9/10 of a second away from RD Sport, but definitely a lot more of a pain-infused lap 21 than he would have wanted to start.
I think he really had to back out of that turn there, coming through turn number 2, where I think the LMP team might have cut off his front nose, so lost a little bit of time there, but good traffic management from Antonio in the Obsidian Racing Future MDH car to be aware of the fact that that LMP2 car was going to cut across him and just back out of it. Lost a little bit of time, but as you can sort of see with the traffic here, he is right back on the rear bumper of the RD SimSport team, down to 1/10 of a second is the difference between the two. So, you know, a little bit of mistake, you lose some distance. Oh, as we see him having a look, that was very unorthodox move there going into turn number 10. And these two having a really good battle. Obsidian Racing Future really itching to get to the front of this race.
Yeah, this is a big problem for Archie here because he doesn't realise that Antonio Rodriguez is actually just trying to sit behind him and save fuel. He's trying to go really defensive and really aggressive, but in turn, that's just bringing Antonio closer and closer because he's burning through his tyres like no tomorrow, burning through his fuel like no tomorrow. When Antonio is actually doing the opposite. He's just chilling there, as we saw going into turn 9. He was lifting, even when he was about a 10th behind him, ready to go for a move. He just sat there, lifted off the throttle, saw Archie was getting a bit hesitant to defend or not defend, and is now trying to mount a challenge on him. But yeah, Archie hasn't really played this too well, but he's done quite well so far to keep the Sim Racing Future behind. But for how much longer is that question? But yeah, it's that question of do you save fuel or do you attack that Antonio is kind of trying to deal with here. And I've been in this situation before in the 6 hours of the Glen as well this year. It's do you just go full out on attack and really use that pace advantage that you have in the car so far with the tyres, or do you just sit there, wait for pit stops to come and hope that you don't get traffics and lose that position you have now? But from the state of Archie Coveney's car, that rear end is getting really twitchy. It might be Antonio's time to mount a challenge, which he's looking towards the inside to do, giving Archie a little bit of a note to the head there, realising that, I'm still here, I'm still able to mount a challenge on you whenever I really want to. So Archie's a little bit more kind of nervous of what's going to happen behind him, but Antonio seems way more under control with his whole car itself.
Yeah, I think I think Antonio is just trying to put Archie under a little bit of pressure, literally getting his nose out into the corners at every opportunity, just letting Archie know that he's right behind him in the car, just trying to force Archie to maybe make a little bit of mistake here, which as we saw by the sister team, and he nearly does a carbon copy there of what we saw Peter Sigdal do a couple of laps earlier. But look at Obsidian Racing Future, the speed, obviously clearly in attack mode up them S's right onto the tail. It's going to be a side-by-side now into the inner loop. This could be a bit hairy, but the Obsidian Racing manages to get it done just before the entry into the inner loop, or that could have been game over for both of them.
Yeah, that reminds me very much of my move that I planted on Williams eSports in the 6 hour, and looking at it from the outboard shot, it looks a lot more risky than when you're in the cockpit. So yeah, great move by Antonio there to use the attack mode to his advantage, get the place ahead of him before we go into bus stop, and really cut that front nose off of Archie Coveney there. So great move by him. Very much respect it and tip my hat off to him. And yeah, as you can see, it's already pulled up 1.2 seconds, 1.3 seconds now. So it's clear to see that what I was saying before of Archie is come apparent that, you know, his tyre saving hasn't been as great as obviously the Racing Future has been, and of course that is just due to Archie just leading the way the entire time. So he's now really struggling for pace in that car as obviously the Racing Future are able to just pull away. So all that fuel system that they've done is now going to pay off to work as well, because not only are they putting away on track, they're putting away in the race as well. As you see Nicholas Maynard there for 100 force. Trying to mount a challenge on Penguin Last Simulation and getting all squirrely on the exit there. So I think all these guys are kind of praying for new tyres now as we come up to almost time for the pit stops, especially in LMP2 as well. But yeah, not much else to say on LMP2 so far. Of course, Tempest Sport leading the way by 10 seconds. I mean, who would have guessed when we started this race that they'd be leading by 10 seconds? But of course, Penguin Last Simulation and 100 Force giving us a nice little battle here in terms of the strategy and also race pace as well. Apart from that, there's no real big or small gaps out there, really. It's, you know, Two-Bar Racing Team have sailed away from Sim Racing PR in the same nature that Obsidian Racing Future sailed away from RD Sport, who are now 3 seconds behind. So must have been a traffic situation there for them, and maybe even tyres as well. So I think the best bet for Archie here is to pit early as possible, get some new tyres on, and really find his peak again.
I mean, that's just one of the things about Watkins Glen. It is a tyre chewer of a track. I mean, you can just see the long sweeping bends around there that puts a lot of pressure on your left-hand side tyres when you're going around these corners. And then there's probably equal amount of right hands where it puts your left-hand tyres on wear. So as you can see, a lot of the drivers now, certainly with the RD SimSport, feeling that tyre wear a little bit more and starting to come back into the clutches here. The Penguin RC Simulation LMDH that we talked about earlier was he was just going around nice and merrily, just letting these front two fight, or front three at that time, fight it out. But now we're starting to lose time on the Obsidian Racing Future in front. 2.4 seconds is a gap. And the Penguin RC Simulation, you just see him in the background there coming up through the S's, is now starting to gain on the RD SimSport teams. So they're coming back into the fray as well. So you can just see how much the RD SimSport team were really pushing at the start of this race to try and get ahead and break the toe from their teammates and the rest of the field. Has really not paid off for them, because it does seem that Archie's struggling a little bit on tyres.
We've got Penguin Last Simulation as well. They are first in the box here today. We have Penguin Last Simulation and LMP2 in the pit lane, as well as Organisation Pro Am. So they are our first in box here so far. Let's see where that comes and place them out in terms of their battle with 100 force for P3 there. But they are our first pit stop of the day. So nice and early pit stop for them. Probably getting a fresh set of tyres on to use that pace on the start of the second stint to their advantage. As you see a lot more LMP2s coming into the box as well. So we should see a lot of LMP2s pit fairly shortly. And that means that LMDHs should be in very shortly as well. But for Archie Coveney, if it was me, I would have pitted pretty much as soon as Obsidian got past me, really, to get that fresh set of tyres and say almost no you don't in a way, and you know, use that fresh tyres on the start of the second stint to pull away as much as I can. As we see Archie Coveney there now 4.2 seconds behind. So definitely not the way he would have wanted to start off his race. Of course, 38 minutes into the race so far, or 3 hours, as we see Tempest Sport leader coming into the pit lane now. course, no real threat from behind at all. They can pit as early as they want, late as they want. It won't really matter to them too much. They have the pace to keep up that car in P1. 104 sorts of boxing as well to keep an eye on that battle of Penguin License Simulation. And 104 for P3. But yeah, all the LMP2s now coming into the pits to take a fresh set of tyres and fresh change of fuel as well. And GT3 should be coming in very soon as well, so we should all see the pit stop start fairly shortly. Well, maybe not GT3s just yet, but maybe soon. We all should see them come in. But again, if you're sim racing PR, RDC Sport, you may want to think about boxing fairly shortly, and you risk having to splash at the end because their fresh set of tyres can really pay dividend at this track. You don't realise how much of a fresh set can really put the pace down, maybe even 2 seconds worth in some cases here as well. Especially in MDH, I know that for sure. So yeah, boxing early can make a big difference, but as we see in Tempo Sim Sport, the leads in LMP2 come out of pit lane.
Yeah, it definitely is. Track temperatures around about 33 degrees C. I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit, but that's still a very warmer track. But the problem that the GT3 have, there you go, 92 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's still a very warm track. Getting into 25 past 5, and that's one of the big characteristics about this track, isn't it? The track temperatures that you get out. I mean, if this race was run about midday, you're looking at 45 degree track temperatures. So at least they haven't got to contend with that. But that has a real big effect on the tyres. And the problem that the GT3 class has is the fact that they've only got 3 tyres to choose from, so they can't get an unlimited amount of tyres to change as and when they want to. They've really got to be tactical on how they try and do the tyres, as we watch here with the Backpain and Ice Trade team looking at the rear of the Dodge Bear Black, just managed to get past just before the inner loop of the Backpain and Ice Trade team. But we've had a few chats with them in the booth. And how they got their name was just sitting in the rig for hours and hours, and just that's what you get, I think. So very aptly came up with that name, and I think they are more like myself of the older generation, and we're more susceptible to them sort of issues. But they're currently in 7th place at the moment, and as we saw with them before, their tactic is just to make sure that they stay on track, keep it nice and smooth, nice and simple. Don't try and push things too much, and 9 times out of 10 in an endurance race, it really comes to you and you get some decent results off the back of that. So pushing like it's a sprint race is not always the way to go in endurance races.
Yeah, exactly. It's always best to do the opposite in a way. You kind of have to push at the very end of your stint, especially if you're someone like Obsidian Racing Future, who have pulled away massively now, almost 5 seconds. Well, it is 5 seconds now. You've got to treat it like a sprint race at the end. You have to make sure that you're saving your tyres, especially. I know I keep going on about it, but it's so true, especially at a track like this, where it's so important to do so, and then you can really, really push towards the end, which iRacing team have done. Of course, they showed us that at the start, Sim Racing PR, pushing to keep that first place, but in the end it didn't really matter because iRacing team got ahead of them and have just pulled away due to the pace they have in that car. So yeah, I believe that's the same attitude for a lot of these guys, especially in the LMDH field of Sim Racing Future, one that Archie failed to realise at the start. As we speak of Archie, is right now right on the front end of the Penguin License Simulation, so it's definitely not the start of this, well, the end of this stint that he would have wanted to have. As you can see, the rear end is just everywhere. Archie, pit, please. I can see your car is really scrambly, and he just needs to pit. That's pretty much it. He just needs to get into the box, get a fresh set of tyres on, and really, really put that car to work.
I'm just having a look at the lap times. The lap time from the Obsidian Racing Future team was a 1:30.07. Archie was a 1:30.88, so 8 tenths of a second loss on the last lap, and then Penguin RC Simulation 1:29.77, so 0.9 of a second. So you can just see the amount of time that Archie is currently losing in that car, and it's almost like a cliff, isn't it, with these tyres? They work really well, and then all of a sudden you have one maybe slight little incident in the car that unsettles you, and you're a lot more cautious until you come in. The tyres may be okay, it's just you gaining that confidence back with the car to be able to get back onto pace, but you haven't really got time to be able to do that when you've got these type of drivers around you that are pushing you to the absolute limit. You can just see there the gap now with the Penguin RC simulation, literally down to 0.4 of a second. When we were looking at, say, 10 minutes ago, the RD SimSport was leading the Obsidian Racing Future. So, you know, it's amazing how much can change in such a short while, and it's having that confidence in the car to be able to give you back what you want to keep your lap times that are really progressive. I mean, we're not talking massive, we're not talking seconds here, we're talking under a second, but continuously under a second. That's how Obsidian Racing Future are now at 6.5 second gap ahead of the battle that we're currently watching. And also now the RD SimSports are trying to be defensive to the Penguin RC Simulation team behind them, which is going to lose them even more time to the Obsidian Racing Future. So at the moment it's going all the way of Obsidian Racing Future in first place, and RD SimSports are looking down the barrel of a Penguin RC Simulation passing move here, coming around very shortly, I would imagine. But with the tactics that maybe Blake Reynolds is doing in that Penguin RC Simulation, he's just going to stick behind the RD SimSport, just save his tyres as much as he can, save his fuel to maybe go that one lap extra to overshoot him, but at the moment quite content just to sit behind the RD SimSport. But Archie's having a bit of a torrid time at the moment at the helm of that car.
Yeah, and it's just playing into the hands of, well, both Penguin RC Simulation and Obsidian Racing Future here. Of course, Penguin RC Simulation doesn't need to have, like, a huge scoring here today, because if you get P2, it's 32 points, and if you get P1, it's 35. So they can really sit P2 and still be okay for the championship win. So all they need is P2 here, and they can secure their championship. So, of course, it plays very much into the hands of Blake Reynolds so far, which is only sitting 2 tenths behind. And, of course, they are losing an abundance of times in the Racing Future, but again, as we mentioned before, if you just sit there, save your fuel, wait to the pits, and gain your place there, that's all you can really ask for. So, yeah, they're in the right position now, exactly what they want to be doing, and Obsidian Racing Future are in a good place there to move themselves, or keep themselves in P2 very comfortably as well. As we see, Obsidian Racing Future now into the box, as well as Archie should be pitting now as well. All of them are now into the box, yeah. So we see Antonio Rodriguez coming to the box, RD SimSport, Penguin RC Simulation. And here is what I was just talking about. Let's see if Penguin RC Simulation can jump RD SimSport in the box here today.
Yeah, it definitely is, as we watch them trundle down the long pit straight here, down the start-finish straight before they get into their box. But looking further back then at the GT3 class, we've got Rob Sutherland of RD SimSport 4. Not really made their usual gains in the race. I think they sort of know that it's very much theirs to lose. 20 points is the advantage of the Sim Racing PR team at the moment in the GT3 field. So, you know, maybe giving other drivers the opportunity to bring it home to them. Because I don't think I've seen Rob Sutherland in the car before for the RD SimSport 14, so maybe giving other drivers an opportunity. But at the moment, riding around in P8, does have the team brake fade just in front of him, around about 1.2 seconds ahead, as you can see just there, the black Audi. So still within striking range of getting that 7th car, but we're just watching the Obsidian Racing Future come out, and the Penguin RC Simulation has done exactly like you said, Owen, and jumped the RD SimSport in the pits.
By a long margin as well. So, yeah, I think Archie's going to learn a big lesson there from that one. You know, leading the race is cool and all at the start, but yeah, now he trundles 4 tenths behind Penguin RC Simulation and 11.2 seconds off of the lead. So, yeah, I think Archie has learned a lesson there from that first stint. It's an unfortunate one to learn in the race, but definitely one you need to learn to continue, you know, a good form. And of course, we know how quick Archie is. Of course, he took pole here today by almost 4 tenths as well. So we know how quick he can be. Just maybe some more endurance racing practice for him here today. But yeah, he's done a great job so far. So hopefully he can push forward and catch back up to Penguin RC Simulation. But unfortunately for iRacing Sport today, it's not been the day that they had hoped for.
No, it's certainly not. Was in a position to make a Probably ambitious fire for the championship win in the LMDH. Obviously, we saw the RD SimSport 2 team go out in a dramatic fashion around turn number 1. A very unfortunate incident with Peter Sigdal there in around turn number 1. Literally just hit the wrong part of the curb and sort of spat him off track and into the wall. And I think pretty much every single wheel was bent on that car, so had to tow back to the pits, so that put pay to his race. But obviously the sister team RD SimSport was leading this race and unfortunately got overtaken by Obsidian Racing Future, but probably trying to push a little bit too hard, I think, like you were saying, Owen, and pretty much cooked their tyres earlier on, which gave the opportunity for Obsidian Racing Future to have the gap that you're currently seeing, 8.7 seconds, but then also gave Penguin RC Simulation, who were around about 4 seconds, if I remember last we were saying, behind the battle that was ensuing between RD SimSports and Obsidian Racing Future. And now you look after the round of the pit stop, how the fall off the cliff for RD SimSports, currently in 3rd place, 14.8 seconds off Obsidian Racing Future. I mean, that is a dramatic fall in the space of 1 pit stop.
It just goes to show how key tyre saving is here in terms of the other rounds we've had so far as well. Of course, tyre saving is always the biggest thing in the endurance races, no matter where we go, but especially for a track like this where it's so fast and you know, it's so cambered and windy and twirly as Watkins Glen is. It's so key to be saving your tyres, and it's just what works. So unfortunately Archie learned that the hard way, and is now only just 2 or 3 seconds behind, or in front of CMS Racing Pro. Not in the position they want to be. Of course, P3 is still a good result on paper, but yeah, of course, 15 seconds behind the leader is not something they want to be after starting pole by such a margin as well. As we see Sim Racing PR come into the pit lane as well as marginally above average sim races, and again, same thing's happening here as well. T-Power Racing team, who started this race in P2 behind Sim Racing PR, are now still out on track in P1, able to use all of that fuel that they've saved up to go around again and have a nice clean run. Of course, they have a Sim Racing Future coming behind them now, but that will only be 1 or 2 maybe LMDHs that are coming behind them. Shouldn't cause them too much issues here. Going around the outside of the chute, tuck back inside. There we go, nicely done. So yeah, Super Racing team now able to extend their lead even more due to the fact that they've saved their tyres, saved their fuel, and able to have one last shot at a nice clean air lap.
Yeah, we are currently coming up to a 3rd race distance, and Owen, your prediction at the moment looking like it could come to fruition. So yeah, I think you called it pretty damn well at the start of the race of who's going to be winning in each one of the cars, but still a long way to go in this race as we watch the 2 pack racing team. They're going to come in, I would imagine, on this lap, but are they going to change any tyres, or are they going to save the fresh new tyres for the last stint? And that's one of the things that are going to go through the GT3 head, and this is one of the issues. That pit entry is, as you saw there, coming on to the entry into that last turn number 11, which is super quick, and if you've got an LMP2 or an LMDH car, it could get a bit ropey being a GT3 car in there, but the 2-pack racing coming extremely nice, so it's going to be interesting to see when they come out if or how much of an advantage that they do have. But I'm just looking at P2. The iRTES marginally above average sim races have leapfrogged Sim Racing PR in the pits. So starting around about 5th in class, I think, overall at the start of this race, now finds himself in P2. So an exceptional race. So what was the pit? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I'm just looking at the pit stop timings here. And the reason for that is a 13-second difference in the pit stops between marginally above average sim races and Sim Racing PR. So that is why we currently have a new P2 of iRTES in the lead at the moment of this race. So
we also, sorry to interrupt you, Andy, but we also have Penguin RC Simulation now in the lead with Sim Racing Future dropping like a stone in the H so far. Yeah, there it is, no more front end for their car, so they must have had an incident either with traffic or maybe in the bus stop somewhere, but that's a big lock up there. by Antonio Rodriguez. So they've again had an incident from the lead that's pushed them all the way out of this race almost. So yeah, see what they did to get that incident. But as they come trundling around to pit lanes, you can see crabbing a lot. You can see the steering there through the TV cameras as well as Antonio brings it into pit lane to try and get that fixed. Yeah, it's another incident for Obsidian Racing Future from the lead that's cost them a lot of time and maybe even the whole race as well. So let's have a look what happened here. So Antonio Rodriguez coming through the chute. No one else is around him. Maybe looped it on his own, touched the grass on the inside. No, it wasn't that. Looped it around the corner itself. Oh! Static adrenaline right in front of them. Antonio got completely spooked like a deer in headlights and went straight towards him. Wow. Okay, so yeah. Well, there's static adrenaline involved in another incident, but and the cost of Obsidian Racing Future.
It's always hard to take that, isn't it? Coming around the corner and unfortunately another car across the track in front of you. There's not a lot you can do about it, so you got to sort of feel for the Obsidian Racing Future. But that is one of the other aspects of this track. There are blind corners. That chute is a perfect one. The toe at turn 7 is another one, and in turn number 10, there's so many blind corners around this track, and if you're not on your toes, as Obsidian wasn't really there, they couldn't have probably done a lot about that, is really put pay to their race. And they seem to be the car that was very much on fire, really, with the pace, certainly at the start of the second stint, extending the lead out. But again, what's happened here with Peter Sigdal's crashed again out on track. Let's have a look, see what happened here.
Oh dear. Run up in the penultimate corner. Says to go on the curb again. Chucks it round.
Does he hit the wall? Oh.
No, just that's a yeah. So he must have hit the grass on the left-hand side and then just spun on his own, let the front loop round, and luckily with the pit stop was right there for him to get that car fixed. But yeah, very unfortunate incident for Peter there, and they may think about pulling that car away from the race, which I think they might have done there. So a shame for iRacing Sport 2, but their iRacing Sport 1 car had a bit of a stroke of luck there, now into P2, 5.9 seconds behind Penguin last simulation, but it's not enough for them to take the top step, because of course Penguin last simulation, who lead the championship, are now leading the race. So yeah, it needs Penguin last simulation to have a little bit of a shocker somewhere, as what happened to Obsidian Racing Future, in order for them to drop down the order in the championship. But as it stands right now, Penguin last simulation will be the champions, with iRacing Sport maybe taking that second place away from Obsidian Racing Future, depending on how the points are handed out at the very end. But of course, we are just under an hour left, and we still have about 2 hours and 5 minutes to go. So a lot can change here with us so far with it.
Yeah, so the gap at the start of this race between the RD Sim Sport and the Obsidian Racing Future was 5 points. So at the moment, RD Sim Sports would be a second place to the Penguin RC. But I mean, it just shows you the different tactics there completely in a nutshell for that LMDH class. So if you take the Penguin RC simulation team, we were talking about them just easing off, not really getting involved between the fight on track. You know, taking it nice and easy in that first stint, saving the tyres. Then we had RD Sim Sport, who went really aggressive at the start of the race. And then basically sort of paid towards the middle part with the tyres. Obsidian Racing Future were extremely quick, came into the pit stop in the lead, managed to gain it, and unfortunately came along with the RD Sim Sport 2 team. You know, so, you know, Penguin RC Simulation, I've got all the look here today at Watkins Glen. They've literally played a really safe first race, and they find themselves 4.2 seconds ahead of the RD Sim Sport, not needing to win this race, but finding themselves at the top of the tree. RD Sim Sport now just need to look at what's just happened on track. You know, they were struggling in that first stint with tyre wear. I'd imagine they've changed 2, possibly all 4 of the tyres, but now need to think, right, okay, we're in second place. Our nearest rival in the championship is currently in 5th place. 11 seconds behind CMHQ Orange, so it's going to be a tall order for them to get up to 4th place. I just need to secure this second place and just drive conservatively and just keep the advantage that Penguin RC has got above me to that thing, and then just see how the rest of the race pans out. to be able to say, do I need a push in the last stint, or have I got this second place secured? So it's down to the tactical races and the tactical analysts behind the scenes of the races to say, right, this is what we're going to do for this. But it's going to be interesting to see in this stint what the RD SimSport team do, and then consequently what do Obsidian Racing Future do to see what happens in the last stint. So it's going to be interesting there in the NBH.
Speaking of RD SimSport, we take a look back on RD SimSport 4. Of course, Rob Sutherland's still in the car after the round of pit stops that's happened so far for GG3. He's currently in 6th place under pressure from back pain Last Racing Team and Team Breakford as well, keeping that battle for P6 very much alive so far. But of course, RD SimSport 4 not in the usual place for Steven, but yeah, in a good spot nonetheless to still keep their championship hopes alive as long as nothing too drastic happens to them. But of course, RD SimSport 4, they've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds so far, with the round 4 win going to 2Pi Racing Team Atabi, who are currently P2 so far. But yeah, RD SimSport 4 now just still keeping their hopes alive with P6. Backpain Racing Team wanting to get that place on track, because obviously not only is there this championship to battle for, there's also still the bragging rights of the rounds themselves to have as well. So Backpain Racing Team, of course, with the slipstream now in the same car, BMW, pulls to the outside, now switches down back into the slipstream, pulls to the inside. Let's see what Backpain Racing Team can do, see if RD SimSport backs out at all. Does a little bit, just allows Backpain to just slot in there by quite a big margin as well. So Backpain Racing Team goes up into 6th place. And yeah, Team Breakford trying to look to do the same thing later on as well, but Backpain Racing Team can use a bit of extra pace that they may have had in that car stuck behind RD SimSport and continue on to fight towards Imperial Motorsports in P5.
Yeah, 3 places as well from where they started, so they're having a good race. But I think obviously that's probably about the 3rd time we've seen cars go side by side coming up to the inner loop. You're paying a lot of respect to your fellow drivers that one of you is going to back out. It's almost like a Russian roulette, isn't it, of who's going to back out into this corner, because if we don't, then we're going to come a cropper. But it seems to be that the car that's getting overtaken is the one that sort of backs out, where the car that's overtaken normally is the one that we've seen in the last 3 occasions has managed to get through. But yeah, it's dicing with death a little bit coming up to that inner loop, as we've seen a couple of times here. But luckily the drivers have managed to back out. But again, these 3 quite close together, and it's good to see as well. You know, you can have your fast teams or your fast members, looking there as we look at the Penguin RC Simulation guys in 3rd place, just coming through the inner loop with John still at the helm of the car. 3 seconds behind the SimHQ Motorsport Red team, and a whole 18 seconds behind Tempest SimSport. I mean, it's just one of them things that, just take the 2, Owen, and just talk us through these if you want. Tempest SimSport, we've obviously seen how quick they are. They've got Andre Felipe Valera at the front. They've been consistently good, but they have had the same drivers in for the championship. Then we look at the SimRD 14. Robert Sutherland, haven't really seen him much in the car, getting the opportunity to race the car, you know, and it's only going to promote the team aspect of endurance racing, because it is very much a team event. He's given the drivers that are not normally the opportunity to get into the car, to get into the car. What's your take on the 2 different scenarios are? Keep the team the same throughout the whole season, or try and do what the RD SimSport 4 team are doing and bring in new drivers into a round to give them that experience?
Well, it's a tough one, that, because it depends on what kind of situation in the championship you're in. Like for Tempest SimSport, for example, I think they're going for glory, really. You know, they've won the past 5 rounds, and they can very easily switch out for a fresh driver pairing and you know, test the waters. If they're trying to test new drivers, maybe bring them onto the race, see what they do. And of course, there's no real risk if they don't do too well, because you know, they still have that championship in the bag almost. But you know, if they're going for the glory, you know, you stick with the same drivers you've always have done, because it just makes sense to do that. If they've had their winning ways, winning streak, may as well keep that going. But I see what RD SimSport 4 are doing here, unless of course Steve Miller, for example, isn't available to race today. Yeah, I'm sure they're just throwing in some drivers that they thought needed some you know, more time in the car, and maybe some testing as well, to see what they can do out on a big stage almost. So yeah, I like the idea that they've done here today, if that is the idea that they've done here today. But yeah, I definitely see what Tempest and Sport are going for as well, because going for glory is definitely something that every competitive racer wants to do. So yeah, and they're doing it by storm so far as well, 15 seconds now. But Rob Sutherland, of course, not, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders compared to everyone watching, because of course, iRacing in Sport 4 is known for being up there in GT3, leading the way by a long shot, same as Tempest in Sport number 2. But he's finding his feet still probably. He's probably doing a great job considering where he was on the start of the race as well. So, yeah, I get the two ideas and strategies, and, yeah, it depends on the teams want to play it off with.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's both sides of the coins there, really, isn't it? It's, like you say, if you want to have all the glory and win all the races, and then obviously you've got the RD Simsport 4 team who are trying to mix it up, having a 20-point advantage in that GT3 class. As long as they sort of finish, then they're going to be up. But looking sort of towards the front end of the LMP2 field, we have the Penguin RC Simulation team 3 seconds behind still the SimHQ Red team. Just taking a back marker there, it looks like. On track? No, it's not. That is 100 Force actually in 4th place. My mistake. So these two are fighting out on track. So trying to get any opportunity that they can to get through the slower traffic to not really hinder them. But these two are having a really good battle there. And obviously the Lambo there just a little bit of a shock moment there to the 100 Force team.
You see here as well, and then B2. Still batting out, as we just said, very much nose to tail still. I think this is our closest battle, well, one of the closest battles on track, as we can see there on the screen left hand side. Marginally above average sim races and 2 iRacing team very close as well, which I'm sure that race will, that race for P1 and GT3 will come very apparent very soon, as they're actually about to pass them as we're talking about them as well. So Nicholas Maynard, 100 Force on the chase down Penguin RC Simulation. We're about to pass 2 racing team, marginally above average sim racers in GT3 as well, who are, Scott Kessler, of course, opting for that strategy that we saw is marginally different to everyone else out there today. 56-second pit stop compared to a 1-minute 9 pit stop there. So, yeah, I'm not really too sure what that strategy is. It can't have been tyres, because tyres are the same time as fuel. So fuel would take longer than tyres. So unless they've underfueled it to try some shorter stints throughout the middle part of the race, could be an option if they have the pace to do so, and it's working for them right now. Of course, they are stretching away from where they was once before. So I like the idea if it does pay off, but if it doesn't, then at least they can say they led a few laps to the final round of the season as well. But 2 racing team about to make that not so apparent, because they are only 4 tenths behind. Trying to make their way through back into the top step, and of course Sim Racing PR haven't had the best of luck. Well, yeah, best of days here today as well either, because they have obviously slopped down into P3, 6 seconds behind 2 Racing team, who were once their biggest rivals, trying to battle them out nose to tail and chopping and diving together, especially that move into the bus stop. But as we see 2 Racing team now looking towards the inside, making sure Scott Kessel knows that he's there, waiting to pounce whenever he gets a chance to, and he's definitely on for a move sooner or later.
Yeah, it definitely is, but the iRTES marginally above average sim races, their moment in the spotlight, leading the race for I believe it's the very first time that they've led the GT3 field out, so a good way to end the championship on them, and they are a lot slower than the 2-pack racing. Round about 1 second was the last lap. That was the difference in time. Be a lot closer now due to the fact that the 2-pack are actually trying to make the passing move done. But different strategy. I mean, that's the beauty of the endurance racing, is the different strategies that the drivers and teams take. 13 seconds, said he's going to come in, but depending on how well they've managed the fuel calculators to see if they will have to stop again, or if they can sort of eke it out. I mean, this could probably pay into the marginally above average sim races if they let 2-pack racing team by and they tuck up mostly behind them, as we just see the Cadillac there of the leaders, the Penguin RC Simulation team, go by, is that they could then save fuel behind the 2-pack racing team to mitigate that 13 seconds that they gave up or they lost in the pit stall for fuel. So it could pay out quite well for them if they do let the two-pack racing team by and then try and do a little bit of fuel saving to mitigate that.
Yeah, exactly, which is why I'm surprised that Scott Kessler's not opting for that option. But of course, their strategy might be completely different to what we know, and might actually be the strategy of the gods and push them into the lead even further. But I'm highly doubting that with the way that the rest of the field was in a pits for, as we see Stuart Bryson team not holding about anymore. Sends a lovely send down to turn 10, forces Margin above Sim Racers to panic a little bit. Scott Kessler drives off into the grass, and that's an 8-10 gap now for the Super Racing team. And yeah, very lovely move there by Jose Ramirez.
Well, saw that little bit of gap and went for it. Obviously pushed Scott out wide on the exit into turn number 10. Looking to obviously keep that car going. Lost a little bit of time now, but yeah, needs to try and close down that gap if at all possible, Scott, and then basically try and do a little bit of fuel saving. But that two-pack racing team certainly have the speed in that Lamborghini today in the GT3 class. As you can see there, they were fighting with the Sim Racing PR team, but they've sort of obviously fallen by the wayside a little bit. 5.2 seconds behind is the gap at the moment. So Sim Racing PR now have to try to chase down the margin above average Sim Racers to try and get it status quo before the round of pit stops. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the marginally above average Sim Racers actually do in their second start and see where they finish up, because it could, like you say, be a masterstroke of tactics, or it could be a bit of a hindrance where they have to pit for a splash and dash at the end of the race. But at the moment they are flying a crest. They're in second place. Just looking behind that, upon Penguin RC Simulation GT3 Hair Team, 42 seconds, 43 seconds behind the margin above average Sim Racers. So round about pit stop.
On board them with 100 force. Nicholas Maynard still in the call. Oh my Jesus, that's a big oversteer there for Penguin RC Simulation. Nicholas Maynard not opting to go down to the inside to try and battle them through the S's, which could be more of a smarter move, because now he gets a little bit of a slipstream down into the bus stop. Doesn't choose to act on it though, sitting behind for now, again saving a lot of fuel. He's probably seen how much of a difference that fuel saving can make in these cars and all the cars today, and opts for that strategy, but gets the bus stop a little bit wrong, takes too much curb on the right hander, gets them all out of shape for the rest of the loop, so has to settle on a big old gap to Penguin RC Simulation now. Probably wishing he took that place off them instead of losing that much time, but yeah, Nicholas Maynard is a bit more under control of his car rather than the Penguin RC Simulation car ahead of John Majorobanks, who is still in the car, of course. Not many driver changes happened thus far. Only an hour and 10 minutes into this race, so yeah, you should be able to see driver swaps happening as the next stint appears. As they're making their way through traffic now as well. It's a great onboard shot as well. The LMP2 is trying to fight their way through traffic. LMP2 always has the best onboard to look at. So you can run turn 10 now. Just trying to find this way through. Just trying to keep his tyres in a nice old shape as well. Opens up the steering a little bit, just trying not to fight the car too much, then it gets settled down in its own form. Great way of saving the tyres as well, and just let John, you see a move there with Sim Racing Future and Sim Motorsports Orange, who are trying to make their way back up after an unfortunate incident that happened to them earlier on. Down the inside goes Antonio Rodriguez there on Darren Malbury, who doesn't put up too much of a fight with that. Knows how much quicker this Sim Racing Future car is compared to the Sim Motorsports Orange car, and away they go then to continue their trek towards the front, I'd say, but 38 seconds off the lead is quite a margin to pick back up, but they slot themselves back into third place. And yeah, that gap is now a long way away from being anywhere close to the top two, but one that he's quite comfortable with sitting in P3, and it will definitely be enough to keep that car there in second place in the championship.
It is good, a great recovery drive for the Sim Racing Future team. Obviously got caught out by a spinning car down on the chutes around turn number 6, which took them out from the head of the race. Was down in 5th place, but made short work of getting past the SimHQ Motorsports Orange team, and now find themselves back up into 3rd place. They just need to be aware that, okay, all I need to do is be behind the RD SimSport team to secure that second place in the championship. Now, this changes the mood in the RD SimSport side, is that they need to now get the win to be able to get that second place, and at the moment it's looking like a tall order as the gaps increase from 4 seconds the last time that we were discussing it to near enough 7 seconds a gap now between Penguin RC Simulation. So Obsidian Racing Future have done all they can to be able to get them that second place overall in the championship. So a great recovery drive there after what looked like a race-ending crash.
As we see here, Team Break Fade battling side by side with iRTES 4 tries to block the LMDH from coming through, but of course the LMDH is miles quicker than Junior 3, so it does so without any issues. And iRTES Sport just travels on behind the Team Break Fade car of Brian Blanchette. So good to see Brian on the chart there and trying to make his way forward towards back Payne and Ice Racing Team. With iRTES Sport again still not being in the place that we would have expected them to be at the start, but of course still in a decent position to keep their championship hopes alive in P8 so far. Shouldn't really cause them too much issues. Of course, Sim Racing PR is the team behind them with 2-Part Racing Team on the same amount of points, 150 points between the two of them. So whoever comes out on top today between Sim Racing PR and 2-Part Racing Team will keep that P2 spot. But for iRTES Sport, for P8, it's seemingly good enough to keep their position of where they are, but yeah, we'll have to find out when all the points get collected at the very end. But yeah, Team Break Fade on the track, P7, iRacing Sport P8, followed closely behind by Dogbear Black, who have had a decent charge in the first stint, just dragging behind now of the iRacing Sport 4 machine. We'll come back on board with John Majorobanks in P3 with 104 still behind them. In P4, again, opting for that tactic of just saving fuel, saving tyres, and waiting for the pit stops, as we've seen Obsidian Racing Future did at the very start of the first stint, and yeah, did it to great effect as well. And speaking of Obsidian Racing Future, just looking at the top left here in the timing sheets, it's been a pretty good comeback, as we were saying back before, with them now catching up around about 5 seconds to the lead so far. It was 38 seconds behind, now 33 seconds as 100 Force tries to look for a move down into the bus stop. Goes to the outside of John Majorobanks, who disappears for a second, comes back on the screen, and there we go. Going around the bus stop now, no questions asked. Yeah, it seems like quite a tame race at this lap 49, now 15 minutes into the race. It's more just about keeping your car alive at this stage, navigating the traffic as easy as you can, and yeah, keeping your tyres alive is how much of a difference that can make.
Yeah, it definitely is. Smooth is good. You know, on this track you want to protect them tyres as much as you can and not really put them under too much strain. As we're watching here, Scott Kessel in second place for the marginally above average sim racers. They have been caught now by the Sim Racing PR, who managed to get the place done coming down into the first corner. So I think from a relatively third place when they came in before the pit stops, coming out of the pit stops in first place, they were back to where they were at before the round of pit stops. But I suppose they had to roll the dice there, Owen, because the top two drivers in the Lambos are extremely quick, a lot quicker at the moment than the margin above average sim racers. So therefore they need to be just trying something a little bit different. So you've got to give them that for doing it. But we're looking at the Penguin RC Simulation LMP2 car coming into the pit stop for what I think is their second pit.
Yep, second stop for them. And here's where 100 Force needs to get the hammer down now. I guess their strategist, if they have one, will be saying it's hammer time. Yeah, really trying to push as much as they can to get that place. P3, of course, ahead of Penguin RC Simulation, who they are now, but with Organisation Pro-Am now is the second LMP2 to pit. And this might be a bit of an issue for Penguin RC Simulation coming to the end of the race. And of course, they are the first LMP2 to pit at a very early stage in the race as well. So maybe towards the end, obviously, they've got to take a whole lot more fuel on board the car, which is obviously going to lead to a slower pit stop. Maybe 100 Force, realising that and making sure that they pit as late as they possibly can to get the shortest splash and dash they possibly can do. And have a great exit there as well. But yeah, pit exit now for Penguin RC Simulation, who comes back onto the track. Tempest Sport, your leaders in the platoon now coming from the pits from a 17.4 second lead. Who would have thought? And 100 Force now on the way to make their pit entry as well at the same lap here, lap 50. So yeah, fairly even here, even numbers for these guys to make a pit stop on. Let's see if 100 Force can make their charge towards Penguin RC Simulation to keep P3, of course, which they are in right now. Ewan Marshall now in the pits, 100 Force as well in the pit lane, as you can see on the timing sheets. So we'll see what ends up happening with that battle that we are so focused on so far in LMP2, because it is the closest battle we have on track for the LMP2 so far. And as we see you and Marshall coming to the box, we also see 100 Force in the background there coming to the box as well. So we should soon see the Penguin Arsenal Simulation LMP2 come around the final corner and come through the start finish line to see where they are in terms of the lengths. As you see there, 55-second pit stop for Penguin Arsenal Simulation, shorter than the Organisation Pro-Am with a 109. So let's see what 100 Force is as well. Tempest Sport obviously going long as well with a 107. 100 Force now. Maybe going on the same length. Maybe Penguin Arsenal Simulation is copying the same thing that we saw with margin above average sim races as well. Going for that shorter stop, shorter fuel stop, and using that pace advantage to get ahead, which I have done as well. Of course, 100 Force still in the pit lane. Let's see where they come out in terms of the positions as well. So Penguin Arsenal Simulation does get ahead of 100 Force. And there you are. So Nicholas Jazowski now in the pit lane, or in the car, sorry, not in the pit lane. It's out the pit lane now. In P4, trying to chase down Penguin Arsenal Simulation, who I don't believe has a driver change, but I could be wrong.
No, they haven't. They've still got John in the car, but a little bit more of a gap there between Penguin Arsenal Simulation and 100 Force for that battle for third place in the LMP2s, but a good battle. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, where you were saying that the Penguin Arsenal Simulation team going for maybe a different strategy. Now, you know, one of the big things you've got unlimited tyres in the LMP2. They may find that their tyres are going off a lot quicker than the rest of the field. So, therefore, you know, get that earlier stop to change your tyres. You have a decent run at the stint that you're going to go into by putting a fresh rubber to just take it a little bit different, because, you know, there's nothing worse than having to do a pit stop, say 10 laps or whatever, or 20 minutes before the end, and not getting a full stint's worth out of your tyres. So maybe just mix it up slightly, undercutting the fuel at this stint to be able to then, for the next stint, to be able to give them the leapfrog to get the maximum stint on their tyres for the very last time that they come into the pit lane. So it's really interesting, and it's almost like a race in itself, isn't it? The pit stop strategies when you look at endurance races. You know, the sprint races, it's in, get the fuel just enough to finish and maybe change some tyres. Endurance racing is all about, you know, how long do I want to go on each stint? What do I want to change in the tyres? Where's that going to give me? How much time am I going to save? How much lap times is it going to take me? Can I gain the time for the extra stop that the laps are getting? There's so many different permutations for when you're looking at the pit stops that it's like I say, a race in itself, and that's where the strategists really come into their own. And if you've got a good team behind you, then it's always good. Motorsports there trying to get a position on back pain and post-turn 2 side by side coming out of the tow at turn number 7. And unfortunately, back pain and ice train looks like they've possibly got held up by one of the Lamborghinis that gave the opportunity there for the Imperial Motorsports to take over 5th place. Yeah,
it's getting to the point now where we're reaching the back markers here. Don't know too much of the blue flag rules in this series, but it doesn't seem like they're in full effect, because back pain and ice train racing team has had more back pain and ice train, with the back markers not really helping them to fight Imperial Motorsports. So Imperial Motorsports now, still stays ahead of back pain and ice train racing team, and is able to keep that gap alive in P5 still. But in case you're wondering about iRacing Sport 4, of course, they are in P8 currently. The lowest position that they need today, if Sim Racing PR or a 2-Power Racing team win, is 15th. So as long as they don't drop below 15th, iRacing Sport 4 will be your winners here today. That is if 2-Power Racing team and Sim Racing PR win, which they're of course on course to do. So all they need is higher than 15th, and they've got it done. But as we see here, Penguin Arsenal Simulation versus SimHQ Motorsports Red here. So Paul Hale is under pressure from John Majora-Banks, who is looking like it's going to be a fairly easy move down to the bus stop. Doesn't really fight it too much. And there you go. Penguin Arsenal Simulation LMP2 now into P2. And I don't think he's going to mount a challenge on Tempest Sim Sport, because he is 26 seconds in front. So yeah, Sport definitely got this one in the bag unless anything bad happens to them. But Matt Quinn for Imperial Motorsports still battling away with back pain iRacing Racing Team. Of course, they're desperate to get that move done after being blocked so many times by the back markers here. But yeah, that battle is still in full force, so nothing much to report on there so far. Apart from this, having a nice old time. Nice battle there for 4th place. And I think that might affect their championship position ever so slightly. We have back pain and iRacing Racing Team currently sitting in P5. Imperial Motorsports in 6th place, and they're currently 6 points separated. So yeah, nothing will change too much no matter what position they're in terms of P4 or P5 respectively. But they're still battling on track for, of course, the bragging rights for the final round of the season. So good for them. Matt Quinn takes a little bit of a wide line though. Oh, right on the outside, tries back pain iRacing Racing Team. Probably gets it done with a bit more of a track to use, a bit more camber, and does so in fact, gets it done on the final corner. Matt Quinn not giving it up too early on though. Slips in behind and waiting for that lovely old slipstream towards the bus stop. A great little battling there from Zachary Livingood and Matt Quinn there from Imperial Motorsports.
That was a great line up there to make the passing move. Just got on the outside there of Imperial Motorsports coming around turn number 11, which meaning the Imperial Motorsports had to slow going through turn 11, which gave the opportunity for the back-painted Australian team to take the normal route and increase the speed and therefore get the passing opportunity done. So a great overtake, but Imperial is not lying down lightly and trying to get back with him. But looking back at Rob Sutherland still at the helm here for the RD Simsport 14 in P8, basically where they started from at the beginning of this race. Hasn't lost anything, hasn't gained anything, and like you said, mate, just needs to be in P15 or above, and there's only 15 GT3 drivers, so basically just has to finish this race to become the champion. But yeah, pretty much a neutral race for them, as it were, not gaining any or not losing any positions, but that might change with Dr. Black there just behind them in the Ferrari, trying to put a little bit of pressure to try and get that position back to try and gain 8th place. But yeah, it's good experience, like we were talking about earlier, good experience for Rob to get behind the wheel of the car in competitive races to see what he needs to improve on. And I think that's the big way that you improve your driving style, isn't it? Is getting into a real life situation of where you're at to be able to see where your shortcomings are and see where you can improve. And that's the only way you really can improve. You can go around the track 50 million times on your own, but you know you can't really account for the differences when you're actually racing out on track. So good experience here for Rob in the RD Simulation Simsport. Probably looking at the back of the Simsport 14 from the Dr. Black with Shane Norton on board.
Yeah, just saying there, it's the biggest thing when people ask me, even like the H coaching or any coaching in particular, it's more, you know, how can I get better? How can I improve on my mistakes? How can I, you know, learn from my mistakes as well the most effective way? And I always say it's best just to get yourself out there in the race, whether it be officials or league races and championships such as this one, and just get out there and do it. You know, as you said before, you can sit there and do a bunch of laps, and you can never really learn too much if you're just going to sit there and not do much. As we see, speaking of doing much, we have RD Sport 4 now on a move with margin above average sim races, gets it done with Dogbear Black trying to take the reins as well. Trying to move themselves up into P8 with margin above average sim racers losing 2 positions in pretty much one corner there. So a good move there from RD Sport 4 as we we're just talking about getting out there and getting more experience. Does so with a lovely move there into T7. Moves himself up into 7th place with Dogbear Black taking the reins and moving up into 8th place with margin above average sim racers, dropping it down into 9th. So a lovely bit of racing there between the 3 GT3s, and hopefully we can see a bit more of this race to come as Dogbear Black moves over to the right hand side, just kind of blocks the LMP2 thing coming through, but does the opposite thing and wastes more time there as well. So yeah, it's always best to just let the traffic move their way around you rather than you move your way around it, because otherwise things like that can happen where Rob Sutherland has a now even bigger gap than he expected to have.
Yeah, definitely is. Great move there from Rob. Moves up one position. And the marginally above average sim racers have had their moment in the spotlight and seem to be going the wrong way down the field currently in P9. So they will be pitting a lot earlier than the rest of the GT3 field due to obviously having a lot shorter pit stop than the rest of the field, to the tune of around 13 seconds. But one thing interesting at the front, we've got Penguin RC Simulation. It did look like the RD SimSport team were trying to catch them, but last time I looked it was around about 3.5 seconds a gap. But Penguin RC Simulation have marginally done better on the traffic. That gap has gone back out to 8.6, and at this rate I wouldn't put it past Obsidian Racing Future catching back up with RD SimSports to challenge for second place in this race. They have got some certain speed on them going around this track. You see them there 29 seconds behind the leader, 21 seconds behind RD SimSport after completely wrecking the car around turn number 6. Have done a phenomenal job to get that car back up into third, and a really good opportunity for second place. So Archie again under a little bit of pressure here from behind to see if he can increase his time, but that time is only going one way, and that's down for Obsidian Racing Future. So he's probably taken out what, around about 15 seconds in say 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely had a big old charge as Obsidian Racing Future, so yeah, it's good to see. Yeah, let's see if we can actually do it towards the end. Of course, it's still, well, we're only 30 seconds away from halfway through the race so far. So, yeah, I believe it is definitely possible, because we've seen how many mistakes can be made around this track and how easy it is to lose the car under your own steam and many other things as well. As Archie Comedy now pits from P2. It's our first to pit again from the MDHs this time around for the second round of pit stops. So let's see where it puts him out in terms of the battle with Obsidian Racing Future and Penguin RC Simulation. I suppose this might be a little bit more slower than Archie would have wanted in terms of his strategy so far, because Penguin RC Simulation seems to be on the best strategy that there can be, and Antonio Rodriguez, of course, having to make that pit stop to get the fast repair done, so he'll probably be pitting in only a few matter of laps. But yeah, Penguin RC Simulation look incredibly strong right now to be the ones to win the race, and of course win the championship along with it. But of course, don't want to speak too soon, because we know what can happen today with iRacing Sport 2 having that massive shun at turn 1 of Team Racing Future, having that crash around turn 6 as well, blindsided by the adrenaline car with nowhere else to go apart from directly into them. So yeah, let's see what the race kind of folds out like. Let's see when Obsidian Racing Future pit, what the gap is like. Of course, the gap before was around about 28-29 seconds. So yeah, let's see what it is like when they do pit.
Yeah, definitely is. But these events would not happen without the kind offering of the sponsors. Another sponsor of this series is SimRacing247.com. SimRacing247.com is a proud sponsor and support of great racing communities such as Champions Motorsports. SimRacing247 is an independent sim racing network that prides itself on providing news and more to the sim racing and driving community in gaming genre. We carry out the following with great staff and hard work: non-stop content, race reports, promotions, community support, features, investigations, analysts and reviews. And it's all about the sim racing and driving, and it's on the website. 247.com is a place for those that enjoy sim racing, rookie or pro. Sim racing is for everyone. So head over to simracing247.com to find out a lot more. But Rob Sullivan, there's must have been listening to us on the stream and thought, you know what, guys, I'll show you what I can do, and has currently managed to get himself up to 6th place, so up 2 places from the last time we were looking, and has got a really good opportunity. Imperial Motorsports, you can see there, around about 12 seconds ahead, but at the moment sort of defending Dog Bear Black team behind in P7, but is really on a charge at the moment is Rob in that BMW for RD SimSport 4.
Yeah, he's pushing his way through. It's Rob Sutherland. Again, as we mentioned before, with the, you know, that experience that he needs to get out there and get racing. And he's definitely done that here today, of course, in P6 still. And yeah, doing a good job so far of good moves that we've seen. on marching above other sim races, and that move has now made sure that they've secured their 6th, maybe 7th place with Dog Bear Black right behind them as well, not making them breathe too easily just yet. But yeah, apart from that, it's been a fairly tame race so far in terms of the rest of the field, especially in NB2. Some good moves here and there, but we still have Penguin Arsenal Simulation who are ahead of SDK Motorsports Red still, but not by a whole lot, as Dog Bear Black now gets really close to the rear end of Rob Sutherland in that Ferrari as well. Of course, that Ferrari is a little bit more straight line speed compared to the BMW, so maybe you can use that to his advantage down on the run towards the inner loop. So let's see, does he move out of the slipstream at all to have a move? He does, so looks towards the inside. LMDH coming through as well, maybe a little bit too late. Wade's behind as well, side by side through the bus stop there. Rob Sutherland still trying to hold it as much as he can. Can't hold on quite as much as Shane Norton can in Dog Bear Black. Dog Bear Black now takes that 6th place. But yeah, good defensive move there by iRacing Sport, by Rob to try and make sure that doesn't happen. But unfortunately had to give way with the LMDH right up behind him as well, and yeah, conceives that place. As we see Antonio Rodriguez now in the pits as well, who are swapping drivers with Rafael Ruiz Munoz, with SimRacing Motorsports Orange as well coming in as well. So we have Penguin Arsenal Simulation left to box, and others in sport as well are about to come through the start finish straight. We can see where they would come out in retrospect with Sim Racing Future, and the gaps that Penguin Arsenal Simulation has made as well, as they now come into the pit lane to make their 2nd stop of the race so far. So it's a good stint from Penguin Arsenal Simulation actually to save that amount of fuel and pit so much later than everyone else so far. So it's a good strategy and yeah, good race by them so far to keep the lead that they have done.
Yeah, definitely playing this race to a perfection here is a Penguin RC Simulation MDH. It's very much conservative at the start of the race, you know, basically just taking it nice and easy, just easing into the race, and then all of a sudden sort of came to them really on a plate with the RD Sim Sport fortunately crashing out Obsidian that we're currently watching at the moment, getting into an incident round turn number 6 from the lead. So it might be a bit of an omen that 1st place is probably not the place to be around Watkins Glen, because certainly taking a few of the drivers out. But I suppose looking at the battling down the timing order, there's not much battling going on. I think the biggest battle is probably in GT3 for P6. You see the Dog Bear Black with RD Simsport, the passing move that we just saw Dog Bear Black do coming down to this very same corner, the inner loop. And again, it was another one for the overtaking car to be the more aggressive car, with the overtakee having to back out through the inner loop and getting the positions done. But I suppose that's the thing with multi-class racing around what is a very tight track, is that, you know, as soon as the faster classes start catching you, that's where you lose time in the race, and that's where the bigger gaps sort of encroach in the different classes. But still some great racing out on track, as we're currently watching the Two-Pack Racing team in 1st place in that GT3, 10 seconds ahead of the Sim Racing PR. So a difference a stint makes, where those two sort of glued together on that 1st stint. But unfortunately there is now a 10-second gap between the two, going up to 11. That may come back down again, you know, it just takes one incident out on track, or a little bit of traffic that you lose the time, and that can quite easily be eroded into. So hopefully by the end of the race we'll see a grandstand finish between this Two-Pack Racing and the Sim Racing PR team here, the two Lamborghinis that have certainly been the class at the top of the GT3 is the two Lambo teams. So great to see them, and it was quite interesting when I think we spoke to Two-Pack Racing last time out at Spa, and they said that the Lamborghini would be good around Watkins, and that's very much coming to fruition. Looking further up the classes, LMP2, the battle there is probably for P2 overall. Penguin RC Simulation only around about a second ahead of the SimHQ Motorsport Red team. 100 Force have seemed to have dropped off massively there, around about 22 seconds behind the SimHQ Motorsport Red team. So not the best of stints there for the 100 Force, who were fighting extremely hard with the Penguin RC Simulation team, who are now currently in P2 overall. So going to be interesting there. But we do know that the Penguin RC Simulation team did take a lot less of a pit stop for round number 2, hence why they're in second place. So that may be neutralised come the third round of pit stops. Up to the LMDH, am I reading that right? Penguin RC Simulation is now only 3 seconds ahead of RDC Sports. So that 8-second gap that we were watching at the top of the LMDH has massively come down to 3.3 seconds. You know, it's amazing what a bit of traffic can do for these super fast cars there. That's 5 seconds that RD Sim Sports have managed to take out of Penguin RC Simulation there. And then looking further back at the Obsidian Racing feature, currently at 26 seconds. So RD Sim Sport really seems to be putting, you can just see him there come around the background. So he now has the Cadillac in his sights there. He is at the back of the RD Sim Sport team. So has him in his sights now, really putting him on. I'm just having a look at the lap time. Let's have a look at this lap time. 1:30.4 for the Penguin RC Simulation team, and 30.95 it's saying for the RD Sim Sport. So pretty much neutralised there, but you can sort of see where all the damage has been done in the track. And yeah, game on for the RD Sim Sport. They just need to keep eroding that time there, Owen, to do it, because obviously Obsidian Racing feature now are chasing them down, and they really need to get that first place to give them the opportunity to leapfrog the Obsidian Racing feature for second in the championship.
Yeah, indeed. RD Sim Sport has had a great strategy so far. This is a great onboard as well. Around Watkins Glen in the LMDH. It's a perfect combo, really. As you can see, flying through turn number 7. Got traffic right in front of him. Quite a lot of traffic, in fact. A few bits of traffic here as well. As you see, a drive through to back penalisation racing team for pit entry infraction, resulting in an avoidable contact. So that was 55 minutes into the race. So yeah, a decision there from the stewards for back penalisation racing team. Shame for them. They've had a good race so far up in P4, and they're going to have to come crumbling down the order now due to that as well. So back penalisation racing team now have a drive-through penalty for that infraction. And as you see, RD Sim Sport still on the chance to get towards Penguin RC Simulation. And again, it just shows what Archie can do as well when he's got his mind to it. And also with the strategy as well. Of course, they pitted earlier than anyone else, meaning they have fresher tyres to use. So, of course, they're able to catch back up to Penguin RC Simulation with that extra bit of tyres. But of course, now they're both on the same amount of tyre wear, so Penguin RC can stagnate that gap as they have done. And of course, Archie Coveney flying it around through the S's and flying it through the bus stop, which is a great onboard to look at as well. Going through the bus stop, it's super tight, really close to the curbs, close to the wall on the right hand side. Fling it in, ride the wall, over the left hand curb, and again, and over the right, and then set it up nicely for the carousel. Bring the throttle slowly back into it. Again, keep that tyre wear preserved. Very nice and smooth inputs here. Down to the chute on the left hand side. And we have an incident under investigation for Blue Shell and Penguin RC. As we see an LMP2 up ahead that stopped and crashed out there. I can't see who that is, but they've not had the best line through T7 at all there. Don't think they've come together with anyone so far, but yeah, it's interesting to see the LMP2 without that control there in front of Archie Coveney's eyes. As we see, 2.8 seconds is the gap now between the two cars. As you can see, the Penguin RC Simulation vehicle right up ahead on the road, currently held up by an LMP2 so far. You see him trying to go around and down the inside. Loses a little bit of time there as well, but that's going to play nicely into Archie's hands here. And yeah, nice and calm for Archie here again. Doesn't want to make the same mistake he did in the first, which is burning up his tyres, burning up too much fuel too soon. And you know, he has that fresher tyre wear from the start of the stint that he can use to get Penguin RC Simulation. So he doesn't want to waste it at all, which he is doing an okay good job at now. He's missing a few of the corners here and there, which could heat up the fronts quite a lot to, you know, really burn up that tyre wear too soon. But yeah, you just got to make sure that he's really giving that car a nice smooth ride throughout the whole entire boot section, and especially into turn 1 as well. So yeah, Archie's doing a good job so far. A little bit of traffic up ahead. This is a big spot for traffic where you can lose so much time. As you can see on the timing tower, loses pretty much a second for that whole section there. And yeah, now he's still on the charge to Penguin RC Simulation, but obviously the racing future, 25 seconds down behind Penguin RC Simulation, so they've gained around about 3 seconds since the pit stops. So good job for them so far. And Matt Quinn now takes 4th place with back penalisation racing team dropping back due to their drive-through penalty. They are still in P5, so I don't think they might have taken it just yet, but Yeah, they are still in P5 as it stands at the minute, and Imperial Motorsports up into P4. With Cheap iRacing team with a minute gap to everyone else, so I don't know if there's pit stops that I might have missed somewhere. Yeah, Cheap iRacing team in the lead, and I've been for quite a while now to keep their championship hopes very much alive for P2. And iRacing still in P8, so of course above that P15 mark, and they need to secure the championship win of the whole season, of which has been dominated by that iRacing Sport 4 car this season in GP3. And speaking of domination, Tempest Sim Sport, of course, up in the ranks there. 29 seconds ahead all the way through. And Rafael Ruiz Munoz again keeping that charge very much alive with Penguin Master Simulation. I don't know if he's going to get it towards the end because the two cars ahead of him are still very quick and there isn't that much time to gain 26 seconds worth of lap time, but he can definitely make an impression, not only to us, but to others out there as well that might be watching this race, looking for future stars. And of course, Obsidian Racing Future, whole reason for the future name there, trying to look for their future drivers for their main team as well. And there we go. Jose Ramirez picks from the lead in GT3.
Yeah, definitely is. I was going to say that he's due to come in very shortly with the Sim Racing PR guys and the iRTES Merchant League guys have already pitted. So this will complete the second round of pit stops for the GT3 teams. So it's going to be interesting now. So just before, so they will have to all pit again. And it's going to be interesting to see what the drivers have done with their tyres. Have they changed them at every stop, or have they saved a set for the last stint to try and push on? We saw that I think we nearly saw it come to fruition in Spa, but this one's obviously a lot more consuming on the tyres, so the option of saving tyres or double stinting tyres may not be an option around a track like this. Certainly at the beginning stints where the temperatures were up into the 37 degrees. Obviously the temperature is coming down now quite nicely into a more user-friendly for the tyres, but going to be interesting. We're currently watching the Backpain and iStrade team there in P7.
Oh,
I don't believe.
Sorry to interrupt you, Andy, but I just saw iRacing Sport 4 have a big shunt there at the S's. I'm fairly certain that was iRacing Sport 4, and it is Josh Wiggins.
Oh, just coming
he's
out.
parked in such a dangerous spot as well, just coming out the pits. Oh dear. This might not be good. Oh, it's definitely not good. Oh no. Oh dear, so Josh Wiggins, after just coming out the pit lane, loops it at the S's and struggles to get back on the track with big damage to that rear end of the car. Might drop them, potentially below 15th place if there's enough spaces to do so, but he might be okay with it. Have a look at what happened here with Josh Wiggins throughout the pit lane. Might have been an incident with LMDH perhaps. Let's have a look. Ooh, that might actually be a penalty, in fact, for Penguin Master Simulation, who are coming through the S's. Look to the inside a little bit too late.
Is that neck code?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's have a look. Well, that was neck code.
Looked a little bit inevitable there in either way, but yeah, we'll see what the shoe would say about that, if anything. And Josh Wiggins now, maybe with big damage to that rear end of the car, might have to box in and get that car repaired. So it might not be as bad as I initially thought, but still definitely one to keep us on our toes.
Yeah, definitely is not an ideal scenario. Literally just coming out of the pits and getting involved in it, coming literally on your first couple of corners. That luckily there looks like there's only 15 GT3 cars, so as long as they sort of finish on your maths, they should still be okay, but not ideal for a new driver to get in and to have a very obvious sort of netcode incident. Probably would have been an incident, but as we all know, netcode seems to make it 100 times worse and spat out the RD SimSport team to the side, and then it was a case of an Austin Powers moment, trying to get back out on track and trying to find a clear bit of track, and very hard to do when you've got 3 different car classes on the same track, but managed to get it out and get it through, but not the ideal start that driver wanted to have. Wiggins literally just coming out of the pits, but I'm pretty sure he'll be able to get back in, get that fast repair, and get back out, and then we can see what he can do. But currently finds himself down in P9, a lap down from the GT3 field, so does have a lot of space to be making up on. But currently watching the Dog Bear Black team, currently in P6, followed closely by the Back Pain and Eye Strain Racing team. I don't believe they have had their drive-through yet, or drive-through penalty, so they still have to serve that, which is a bit unfortunate for them because they've been doing exceptionally well. It looks like they possibly won't lose a position from that, with the team brake fade being a lap down from them. Oh, as we see Mercedes spun at turn number 1. That is the organisation. I don't think they have much luck, the organisation. So I think, if I remember rightly, the 3 rounds I have commentated on this, they've not exactly showered themselves in glory, should we say. And I don't even know if they finished the race, to be honest. But sure you'll be able to correct me if I'm wrong there, Aaron. But not having the best of days, the organisation.
No, the organisation haven't had the most amount of success in this series so far, but yeah, definitely been there along for the ride nonetheless. So it's been good to have the organisation in different aspects of the multi-class here so far. But it seems to be all kicking off for a little bit. I saw some smoke after the bus stop as well, so a few people having a bit more instances here and there. But yeah, it's all kicking off here for lap 70, or around about lap 70 here so far, with iRTES in Sport 4 out of pit exit now. They dropped down to P11, so again still above that P15 margin, and they need to win the title. It should be still fine, but yeah, definitely yeah, a knife edge moment for us and also for them, definitely. I'm sure for Josh Wiggins it would have been a nice experience, maybe just come out the pits and get taken out straight away. But I'm interested to see if the should say anything at all about that incident there with Penguin Master Simulation, because it is one that might need to be looked at. But yeah, we'll have a look what they say, if anything. We'll see if it affects the championship standings at all as well. But Scott Kennedy here for Dog Bear Black on the charge to Imperial Motorsports. They've had a decent race so far, coming back and forward and you know, through the field so far on the rear end of that Imperial Motorsports. Look how much more dedicated and prepared Scott is on the brakes compared to the Imperial Motorsports car. He really wants to take that 5th place. And it will be quite a nice 5th place to take so far as well. As I just mentioned, he's had a good race so far, and they've all had a good race so far to climb through the field. Might be able to get the Audi here into the bus stop. The Dog Bear Black team have been quite aggressive into the bus stop so far this race. Oh, does so. Nice late move there from Scott Kennedy. Moves himself up into P5 with a lovely move into the bus stop.
That was a fully committed move there. You know, the Audi literally broke, and the Ferrari just flew through, and I think he lost the position as well to the Back Pain and Eye Strain team in the same process, so lost 2 positions in 2 corners. Did the Audi team there, the Imperial Motorsports, with Chris at the helm at the moment. But we still need Back Pain and Eye Strain Racing team to come in for their pit stop, so we'll promote the Imperial Motorsports back up to 6th place when that penalty is taken. But yeah, I mean, I was looking at the earlier on when we were looking at the RD SimSport team in the LMDH, where they were around about 2.8 seconds. They were on average around about 0.3 of a second faster than the Penguin RC Simulation team. But that one incident with that GT3 car literally holding them up and losing that 5 seconds, it's got to be it's one of probably the biggest frustrations when you're racing around a track like this in the faster car with multi-class on you, is that, you know, you make all that effort to inroad to get to under 3 seconds, and then all of a sudden one slight incident and you're back. As we watch the Eye Strain and Back Pain team get pushed out extremely wide into turn number 1, with the Tempest SimSport there being rather aggressive with the GT3 field. I mean, is 34 seconds ahead of the rest of the field not big enough?
Yeah, so this is the time as well. We've seen the driver changes have happened, so new drivers are in, and you know, they're thrown into almost kind of at the deep end here. They haven't really time to adjust to any kind of traffic formations that the leading drivers did. Of course, bringing it into, you know, slowly, you know, the GT3s and then you know, LMP2s. But here the newer drivers are just kind of flung into the unknown with all the different traffic. So yeah, instances are occurring here and there. As we see, an incident that was reviewed, no further action for an incident that was reviewed earlier on. But Nate Stewart now, the leading driver for Penguin Simulation, still with the same pace that Blake Reynolds had previously. And that is in sport 4.7 seconds behind now, so still enough to mount a challenge on them if a mistake is made. Archie Comedy still in the car. Probably wants to make his team proud and make himself proud of the mistake that happened at the start of the race with his tyre management. But yeah, he's definitely on the chance to get Penguin Simulation and grab that P1 spot. But yes, Penguin Simulations look very strong, and even though they've lost a lot of time since the last pit stop, of course their strategy has been very solid as well. And so have seen the race future, of course. As I said before, there's been a lot of drivers in this series that have been super quick and can win these races by a long margin, but incidents happen and mistakes are made, and especially with in Racing Future, who just got so unlucky around the chute with Static Adrenaline just partnered with nowhere else to go, and that was it, and that was their chance of a win very much done, at least as we know it for now. But just over an hour to go now. I don't think it's possible for them to slot into P2, but if it's possible, then they're for sure going to try it. But Tempest Sport here, of course, as I said it before, we expect them to be in this kind of form they are right now, leading the way. And I remember when these guys, about a year and a half ago, were #racing, now turned into a more professional eSports team with Tempest Sport, harvesting a lot of Portuguese talent, and they've definitely done so, especially in this series as well. So obviously congrats to them. Hopefully nothing happens to them now that I've just congratulated them, but yeah, they're definitely on the way to claim victory by a dominating way as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you can just see 36 seconds ahead of the rest of the LMP2 field. They are driving around. Yeah, they pretty much, like you say, got this race sewn up at the moment, barring any incidents, but still, you know, an hour and 8 minutes left to go in this race, and as we've seen at the front end of the LMDH field, anything can happen. All it takes is one spun car around a blind corner to put pay to your advances to win a race. But at the moment, we're watching Penguin RC Simulation LMP2 team, who are around about a second ahead of the SimHQ Motorsport Red team, trying to consolidate that second place overall. So that's the closest battle currently out on track for the LMP2 for P2 overall. But certainly be looking behind as we see the Penguin RC Simulation come into the pits.
So there's the incident under investigation then. iRacing Sport 4 and Penguin RC Simulation, and DH now under investigation. So let's see what comes of that. I reckon a penalty is coming to Penguin RC Simulation's way, which will drop them maybe below Obsidian Racing Future. I don't think it will be enough for them to lose out on the top step, but we'll find out. I don't think it will be, because Obsidian Racing Future would need to win in that case if Penguin RC Simulation came third, if my maths is correct. But yeah, they should be fine either way. Even if they come P2 right now where they should be still on the top step. But who knows? Things can change. We've seen a bunch of randomness happen, shall we say, in LMDH so far. So never say never when it comes to a theory that might be coming true. As we look at Jose Correa now for 2-Part Racing Team, 13 seconds ahead of Sim Racing PR. A battle of which once fought would last all race. But yeah, they are just quite a distance away now, and it seems to be quite comfortable for Jose Correa to keep that car in its form. Doesn't seem to have too many issues out as well.
No, definitely not. It's going to be a hard one for the stewards on that incident because of the severity, probably, of the net code that occurred. Yeah, there might have been an incident where it was inevitable that it was going to hit, but would it have been as bad as it was? It's always a hard call, and don't envy the stewards looking into that. But all the guys sign up to it, so you know the decision of the steward is final. I'm pretty sure that they will look at every single angle and come up with a penalty or a not penalty for the incident involved. But we'll wait to hear to see what happens with that. But it could be interesting to see what would happen with the Penguin RC Simulation, where they would come out if they did get a drive-through penalty. It will certainly spice up that LMDH field overall. Yeah, probably get out in front or probably behind the Obsidian Racing Future. I'm just trying to think how long it would probably take to drive through the pit stops from the entry. You've got to bear in mind all the speed that you lose coming into the entry and then coming down through the pit stop. So I think they'll probably come out in third place if that is the case. But we'll wait till here to see what the stewards think of that one. But currently watching Mike Sack in 13th place for Flying Line SG team. Pretty quiet race has the Flying Line SG team. Haven't really spoke about them all race at the moment. Currently in P13, 2 laps down from the leader, but having a little bit of a battle between himself and Longhorn Racing on the same lap. So yeah, a little bit of. It's always good to have a car that you're going to be fighting over rather than being laps down and almost like a rolling chicane out on track, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's always best in that scenario to have that situation right in front of you. And I thought Mike Sass was going to go for a move there on the Longhorn Racing team, but yeah, Mike Sass is doing a decent job so far to keep that car in a good position. Obviously, 13th place for them is quite good so far. With Longhorn Racing in front of them, it's been a pretty good race for them so far as well. Not the race they probably would have hoped for, but it is a position nonetheless for them to stick by. As you back pay nice Racing team, drop down the order there as well as Valhalla Motorsports. So they now move up to 11th and 10th place in the standings. And the one in front of them, I believe. Drive-through penalty. The Penguin RC Simulation for avoidable contact. So a very quick decision there from the stewards to give Penguin RC Simulation their drive-through penalty. So they can choose to serve that as they please, which I believe will be in a few laps. But yeah, that's going to definitely pay a price to them in the race. They're taking it right now, in fact. So in they come. They've had quite a good gap as well with iRacing Sport. They've seen the Racing Future. They pulled out quite a lot since their last pit stop as well. So they must have done some type of strategy call there in order to give them that extra bit of room to breathe a little bit more. But they won't lose out too much to Obsidian Racing Future. Of course, you can see them on the track map. The number 3 green car that come around the final corner now. Yeah, they won't be anywhere near the Penguin RC Simulation car just yet. That brings Obsidian Racing Future right back into the mix, and iRacing Sport now are your leaders, not by net. They are now the de facto leaders as well. So 5 seconds now separates Obsidian Racing Future and Penguin RC Simulation, and we know how quick Obsidian Racing Future are. So let's see how this pays towards the end of the race, but I'm sure that Obsidian Racing Future will start to get the hammer down a little bit more than they used to, and try and get up to the back of that Penguin RC Simulation car after that penalty by the stewards.
Yeah, very quick penalty decision there. This could put pay to the championship position for Obsidian Racing Future, to be honest. So iRacing Sport currently leading the way in the LMDH. They do need a car difference between themselves and Obsidian Racing Future to possibly take the second place in the LMDH field. At the moment, that is the case with Penguin RC Simulation in front of Obsidian Racing Future to a tune of around about 5 seconds. So it's going to be interesting now to see what happens behind the RD Sim Sport. Is Obsidian Racing Future able to catch up with Penguin RC Simulation and make the passing move tell? Or is the position going to be the same as it currently is? And if that's the case, then it's possible that RD Sim Sport will take second place overall in the championship. So that drive-through penalty there could play into the hands of the RD Sim Sport come the whole entirety of this championship. So at the moment, they are in the prime seat of the number 1 position, still driven by Archie Coveney. Been in for nearly just over 2 hours now, so pretty sure that the next stop he will hand over the mantle to another driver that has to bring that car in. But it's going to be interesting to see the battle behind in tube between the Penguin team and the Obsidian Racing team as well, of who is going to win out in that battle, because that drive-through penalty is certainly a spanner in the works for the Obsidian Racing Future to secure that second place overall. So now they're the team that are massively under pressure to be able to make the passing opportunity on the Penguin RC simulation team, which seems like a bit of a tall order because they've been very similar on pace, but I think Obsidian and Racing Future have literally got to throw the kitchen sink at this now to try and make that happen to secure that second place overall in the championship.
Yeah, so just saying there, as it stands at the minute, with this order of iRacing Sport in the lead, they will end up with 177 points overall. And if Obsidian Racing Future stay in P3, then that will equal to, as well, 177 points overall. So, Obsidian Racing Future would need to overtake Penguin RC Simulation to secure second place. And Penguin RC Simulation, no matter whether they're in third, second or first, will win if they do stay in third or above. So yeah, Penguin RC Simulation could leave a bit of a sigh of relief there. But Obsidian Racing Future would need to overtake Penguin RC Simulation in order to secure that P2 in the championship. Not only in the race, but also in the championship as well. And iRacing Sport, yeah, will finish either in P3 or P2, dependent on where Obsidian Racing Future finishes as well. So a lot of pressure riding on Obsidian Racing Future's shoulders to move up into P2. But yeah, they are on course to do that. Looking at their recent pace, but it's not going to be an easy order for them to do it at all, because all four of them cars are around a similar pace no matter what scenario they're put in. It's more about the traffic, more about how they manage their tyres towards the end of each and every stint, and also how they save their fuel for the final splash and dash as well. So yeah, I'm interested to see what happens, if the Obsidian Racing Future can get in front, but yeah, it's still a long time to go, roughly about 56 minutes to go. Yeah, it's only about 5 seconds or 6 seconds or so separating them two cars.
Yeah, it certainly is. So it's sort of spiced up a little bit here in the LMDH class. You know, it was getting probably a little bit stagnant there, but that drive-through penalty certainly has increased the excitability portion of the championship in that LMDH class now. Very much down to Obsidian Racing Future to see what they can do, to be able to see if they can get that second place overall, because if they do finish where they're on even points, I believe, and I'm not 100% sure, that it'll be countbacks, and as RD SimSport have won this race, they will take second place overall if it was to finish as we are now. But still got 55 minutes of this race to go. So still plenty of time and plenty more action to go out on track to be able to look at. Back into the LMP2, Tempest SimSport, 42 seconds ahead now of the Sim HQ Motorsport Red team, who have managed to overtake the Penguin RC Simulation LMP2 team to the tune of around about 9 seconds gap from the pit stops. In fourth place, Organisation Pro-Am, literally a lap down along with Blue Shell Racing. So it's very much battle for second and third in that LMP2 class. In the GT3s, you can see there at the front is the 2-Point Racing team, 16.7 seconds ahead of Sim Racing PR, and then in third place it's iRTES, marginally above average Sim Racers, but I believe that they've come in for their pit stop, so they're currently in third place, only 2 seconds ahead of the Penguin RC Simulation GT3 team. But the marginally above average Sim Racers have gone slightly early on the pit stops from the previous round, so it's going to be interesting to see where their tactics come out. And then looking back in sixth place, we're currently looking at the moment is the Imperial Motorsports, driven by Christopher Patz there. It's about a lap down as well, so really hot battle at the moment certainly is at LMDH to see what Obsidian Racing Future can do. Currently 4 seconds now is the gap between themselves and the Penguin RC Simulation team out in front. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in that LMDH class.
Indeed, we do have a management interview waiting in the wings. We have here Paul Greta for the organisation. Paul, welcome on in. And yeah, it's been good for you guys so far, especially in LMP2. You guys are currently in P4. So yeah, took us through the race, took us through the season as well. Of course, the final season of the championship. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, it was a wonderful learning experience. to say the least. We definitely learned that we're lacking the resources to compete with a bunch of the major teams, and we're expecting the competition to not be as good as we thought, or as we're seeing now. So we're definitely learning with that too. With multiple cars running in the back of the field, I'm like trying to figure out ways to kind of improve the team for future leagues, and so far I'm succeeding. I'm finding ways to fix that. Clearly, with our LP2 in 4th place now compared to the 6th that's been running in. So next year with the next season, we're going to come back with a few less cars and so on and so forth. Hopefully, we'll be able to compete better with the other teams, give more of a fight for maybe the top 3, top 4. We'll see. But for this race at least, Ian was able to get the car up into 3rd qualifying. Unfortunately, had somewhat of a rough start. I'm assuming nerves kind of got to him, but we're back into 4th, and we're going to cook all the way through. And unfortunately, just like with the other races, our GT3 car, which is piloted by Mike and Dexter, they've been learning. They've been struggling a bit, but they've been learning their racing craft and so on and so forth. And I believe there are going to be a few of the drivers I'm planning on putting in the Porsche Cup next year or next season. And so they're able to get a feel for iRTES if we come back. So, like I said, this has just been a whole learning experience.
Yeah, for sure. It's always best to bring in drivers to learn from these races. And how has the attitude as well been from the drivers, especially going to this final round? Like, of course, the attitude from the whole season has been get as much points as possible, but especially this final round, how have the drivers focused on this compared to the other rounds?
So, unfortunately, just like the last 2 rounds, I believe, our amateur car wasn't able to compete. They unfortunately had some real-life events, and I was unable to get the substitutes in time. But unfortunately, our pro car wasn't able to join us today either, while they were doing some practice. And their mindset this whole season, especially in the pro car with Keenan and Jake, their mindset has been amazing. By far the best out of the whole team. They've been looking to improve, and they're excited for this round to compete as hard as they can and finish as high as they can. But with the other cars, unfortunately, Mike and Dexter kind of like took a more relaxed kind of like thought process coming into this round. And although this series is supposed to be fun and supposed to be a good time, sometimes you do have to be a little bit serious and get into the game, especially when there's an investment into this, so on and so forth. But I'd say they're also improving. They're looking to improve. And then here in the Pro-Am car, being able to drive throughout the whole season, us as 2 drivers, not exactly Ian, but me at least, I've been able to learn a lot about the racing craft and what it's like to compete against extremely tough drivers, And so I think throughout all the races, including this one, our mindset was just to learn, just to go in. It doesn't matter if we finish top, doesn't matter if we finish last or middle. We just want to learn. We just want to figure out how to get better. And that's what our team is. We're just a bunch of drivers who want to learn how to get better.
Yeah, it's a nice attitude to have, especially. And what's been your favourite moment out of the whole season as well? Have you got like a highlight moment for you and the guys that you've kind of chosen, or is it kind of just the whole experience has been massively memorable and learning from it?
Well, yeah, as you said, it's been memorable regarding learning and everything. But I'd say having Keenan get first in practice for a solid 10 minutes, that's got to be one of the biggest highlights, because we're fairly excited about that. And having Evagris Papasavas come from the USF 2000 series in real life and race for us in Fuji, that was really exciting. It's unfortunate, we didn't finish as well, but that was a really exciting moment to have somewhat of a pro-rated driver join our team and compete for us. So aside from those, like you said, it was just memorable through the learning.
So of course, obviously this series is continuing next year, and you guys are looking into coming into that and game of all 3 classes, right?
Yeah, most certainly. We'll most likely have less cars than this year, We were a bit over ambitious this year, which is okay. So this is a way to learn. But I'd say we'll most likely have at least 2 cars. I wouldn't say 4 like this time, but the goal is to have at least 2. Then put the rest of the drivers into either the Porsche Cup or a different series. But I feel in the future we'll definitely be back in with 4 cars.
Nice one. Well, good to hear it, and I'm really, good to hear that your mindset of the whole team is, definitely learning it and trying to get these guys up to the best of their ability. It's what I used to be when I used to run my own team as well. So yeah, all the best to you guys, and hope you have a good end to this season.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
That was Paul Wester there from the organisation. And again, it's always great to hear that these team managers are trying to make the best out of their drivers, trying to constantly learn. As we were saying as well, just, the learning experience is so crucial in leagues like this as well. So, yeah, great to hear that Paul's trying to get his drivers in the best spirits possible. And they're doing a great job out there, especially with the LMP2 being in P4 as well. So, it's a good result for them so far today.
Yeah, it's a great mentality to have, isn't it? You want to put your drivers under a lot of pressure. You want to keep pushing them on to make them better, because you can always go into events that you can win comfortably, but you're not learning anything out. And these sort of events are really good for when it comes to taking your drivers to the next level. So you've got obviously the official series that you race in, that can be a bit of a demolition derby at times, but that's to get the stable sort of understanding of iRacing. And then you take your team, if you're going to be involved in a team, to the next level. So incorporate yourself into leagues, get the league racing done, which is a lot cleaner, a lot better. You learn better racecraft, and I really like their mentality of saying, we didn't join this to basically win because we knew we weren't, but if we can take positives at the end of the season, like how to get better, then that's when you're really going to push on, and then that's where your team gets elevated in, say, a year or 2 years time, when you start becoming the team at the front and not that team that are learning better. So they seem to be on a great path, and I've got a good strategy going ahead, I think.
You see iRTES there, pitting in from the lead of the race, and keeping you up to date with the MVH standings as well. Penguin Simulation still ahead of Obsidian Racing Future there as well by 8 seconds. That gap went from 5 to 8 seconds now. So Nate Stewart doing a great job there to keep the car pushing on and stop Obsidian Racing Future from making that comfortable P2. Of course, iRTES Sport, if they win this race and Obsidian Racing Future are in P3, they go level on points in the end. So I'm not really sure who would come out on top then. I believe it might be due to the best positions. But yes, there will be level on points at the end of the race if that is the case. But of course, Oscar Coveney now jumps in the car in place of Archie Coveney. So let's see if he can have the same amount of pace that Archie once had. And yeah, Obsidian Racing Future still doing a good job to keep it there after their troubles that they've had this race. But yeah, they still remain in net P3 so far, with Penguin Simulation in net P2 as well. If you look at Christopher Pyers in Imperial Motorsports, P6 still for them, good position so far. And we have RG Bravo Sim Racers ahead of them, Penguin Simulation in P4, Dogbear Black in P3. So really great stuff by Dogbear Black to keep moving forward as much as they can do. And yeah, it's been a pretty good race so far for the GT3s.
Yeah, the Dogbear Black team have got up 11 places in class and 13 places overall in the field. So an excellent day at the office for the Dogbear Black team, currently running in third place, 23 seconds behind. Second place, the Sim Racing PR team, who are trying to chase down the two-pack racing team, but at the moment seems like very much a tall order. We're now finally into our last under 45 minutes of this 3-hour race to go, and it's still not all written in the stars, certainly for the LMDH class. So that Penguin RC Simulation, that gap is not really coming down for Obsidian Racing Future. And that could be really telling for the overall championship as well, because RD Simsport, who have done their pits, and I believe they should be able to get to the end on that pit stop. So it's down to Obsidian Racing Future to try and make the passing move on this very elusive Cadillac LMDH car. And the Penguin RC simulation team have driven that to perfection, being the only Cadillac car in the race dominated by the BMW. Has done an exceptional job. Considering it was a new car as well, so not only did they have to learn the new car, but how that new car went around the track, and they've done a bit of a masterstroke, to be honest, to get that car in first place overall in the championship. And pretty much like you said, all they need to get is third place overall, and the championship is theirs in the inaugural season within the Cadillac car anyway. So they've driven it to perfection. But yeah, it's all down in the LMDH, down to Obsidian Racing Future, to be able to make that passing move on the Penguin RC to secure that second spot. So it's down to them to be the aggressors in this final 45 minutes of this race. So it's going to be interesting, and the last round of pit stops is certainly going to be interesting. Is Obsidian Racing Future going to risk it all by either not changing all the tyres or taking in a little less fuel, hoping that the race will finish slightly earlier? I think they've got to try something different, because whatever they're doing out on track, it just doesn't seem to be working at the moment, and this is certainly not going to help being stuck behind a GT3 car going on in a loop. Gives a little bit more time to the Penguin RC group, so it's going to be an interesting run into the flag in that LMDH class to see what happens.
Part of me is a little bit cautious of our Rennsport LMDH at the minute, because they've pitted quite early on for the final race. Well, not the final race, the final stint, sorry. So he might be able to stretch that fuel all the way to the end. It's around about 45 minutes or so. Ooh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. I think Oscar will have to save quite a lot of fuel. He might be fine, but it's been a while since I did a stunt here at Watkins Glen, so he might be okay towards the very end. But this is the difference, right? You know, you have Obsidian Racing Future and Penguin RC Simulation, who's been saving fuel throughout the entire race for this reason only, you know, to make sure that their final stint is as short as they can possibly make it. So this is what might be a little bit under threat here from both Penguin RC and maybe Obsidian, depending on how quick the pit stop is from the two ahead of them. So it might be an interesting finish here for these guys at the front. But yeah, I wouldn't count Penguin RC Simulation out too soon for a possible win, because it might happen. You know, we've seen many different things this race. So yeah, I'm interested to see what Oscar can do in terms of the fuel usage at the very end of the race.
Yeah, definitely is. But we do have an opportunity for another team member to come in. This is Chad Dick joining us in the booth for Marginally Above Average Sim Races. Chad, welcome to the booth, mate. 5th place overall in the GT3. For a short portion of this race, you were leading it. Just talk us through that strategy in the pit stop, being about 13 seconds below the rest of the team, and how you think it's going so far in this race and in the championship in its entirety.
Well, let's start with your last question and move our way backwards. Thanks for having me. In the championship, we just strive to be marginally above average, which I think we were coming into this race in like P6. So I don't know that we're fighting for any podiums or anything in the overall championship, and anything we could do to be even more marginally above average, we'll certainly take it. In this race, I think the tire and fuel pit strategy is really key, because the little stint that's left over at the end, which has been there for all of these races, is long enough that I don't think you can get their fuel saving. So it's going to be really interesting to see how people balance pushing versus fuel saving versus tire strategy. We decided to double stint at the beginning of the race because our tires were in good condition, even though the temperatures were hot. We ended up getting a black flag, so we had to come in and pit when the tires ran out. But we ran them to the end on those first stint and a half, and we're hoping it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for everybody else. Do they run them all the way to the end with black flags, or do they have a number in mind, and how does that all play out with the pit timing? Because I think it's going to come down to that, certainly for the podium positions.
Yeah, it definitely is. Obviously, talk us through the differences now with the GT3s only getting 3 sets of tyres during the race. How that has sort of changed up the strategies when you come to sort of going through your pit stop strategies.
Yeah, even with this one, we kind of calculated that it was going to be, depending upon how much fuel you save, between 15 on the low side and 18 laps on that short stint at the end. So, that's why we decided that was just too much to try and fuel save. And I think that, the key math is going to be when you make a driver switch, you got to wait 30 seconds. And so 18 laps, the time that it takes in the GT3, at least in the Porsche, to refuel is like right on the limit. Like it's not quite long enough to do the driver swap, which is why we opted to double stint the tires with the same driver. I'm not sure the other teams are doing that. It's hard for us to tell whether or not they're doing a driver swap with their short stint. And I think if they do that, that's going to cost them a few extra seconds, at least according to our math. So that's what we're kind of waiting and watching to see what happens here, because it could come down to 5 or 7 seconds here at the end.
Definitely is. And just to interrupt there, we did just see RD SimSport getting into a contact situation with an LMP2, so we'll bring you some more updates to see whether if that RD SimSport car has got some damage on it, and it seems to be running around okay. Just about to come up behind yourselves as well out on track, but certainly not what they wanted to be caught up in an incident just after their pit stop. So sorry to butt into you there, Chad. But Chad, I mean, obviously overall, where are you hoping to get to in this race?
Well, our goal for today was podium. I don't think we've got the pace to knock off P1 and P2. They've just been faster than us all season. So, if something unfortunate were to happen to them, we think maybe better than P3 is possible. But quite honestly, our goal was to see if we could get a P3. And I think if we keep it clean and we keep this pace up with our tire strategy, I think we've got a shot at it. Again, it's going to come down to a few seconds, I think. And traffic, of course, will impact it as well, because we were noticing that, like when I came out of the pits to start my stint, I had awful timing. I was like in a whole gaggle of traffic. So my first few laps were really slow. And, again, a couple of, a second or two here could make a difference in the long run.
Yeah, it definitely is. We'd have to change your name then to marginally above average on most tracks apart from Watkins Glen.
Well, my teammates were asking me about this. This was literally my first track I ever ran in iRacing. And I ran it in the P-Cup, which is a car that is very similar to the car that I drive in real life with no traction control and nannies. And I just fell in love with it. I mean, it was like that car and track combination was like they were built for one another. And then I live in Connecticut, which is only 3 or 4 hours away from Watkins Glen. So this is kind of my second home track for me. And I've sort of made it a point of making sure that, I can race clean and consistent and precise here, and if need be, push when it matters. And so I think all of us kind of share that on our team today. At least our roster does. We all race in some similar leagues, and oftentimes are, preparing for the same track and car combination in any given league week. So we all ran the Wednesday GT3 race here. Didn't go so well for me. I got caught up in that turn 2 kerfuffle and got launched over the fence and into the quicksand. So I was on a recovery drive on Wednesday, and so it's nice to have something to fight for today.
Yeah, it definitely is. You certainly are doing well. Certainly after that second stint where you were leading the race, and like you said, the 2-pack racing and the sim racing SR team sort of caught you to overtake you. But it's, you certainly have had the pace here today, and I'm marginally jealous of the fact that you actually get to go to this track in real life, because this has got to be my ultimate favourite track on iRacing. Love racing it, love commentating on it. So only slightly a little bit jealous. But tell us how it's been like to manage the traffic around here with the 2 faster cars, the LMP2s and the LMDHs coming around the track. How has that been for the team, and have you had some nervous moments driving around this track?
Yeah, knock on wood, so far we haven't had anything that, requires an expletive or anything, but I'd say the traffic's been generally pretty good. All of us on our team regularly run multi-class events, so I think, and particularly here, I ran the IMSA series here earlier in the year. I ran ESS, albeit in a different car with the RSR. So very comfortable managing, faster multi-class traffic around this track. I think the areas that I find to be the most challenging are the last 2 corners, because if you're in the faster class car, it doesn't hurt you to wait behind a GT3 on those 2 corners. You're going to get a good run and either pass them before turn 1, or if worst case scenario, you got to wait until turn 1. You're going to get them up the S's. That's the only place I kind of wish people wouldn't press the issue. Sometimes you see the GT3 get pushed really wide, and that second to last corner, sometimes the LMP is just impatient and shoot out there, and then they cut you off on the corner going into the final one. It just slows everybody down when you do that. Thankfully, we haven't had any incidents. I think that's really, for me, the biggest problem area. I know the S's sort of have a bad reputation, but maybe it's the incident on Wednesday got everybody kind of on their best behavior today. But so far, I feel like the signaling, both from the faster and the slower cars, has been really good going into and through the S's. So far so good. I'll just knock on wood and hope that I haven't just jinxed ourselves or anybody else in the field with that comment.
I mean, I think that's probably one of the big things that I've taken away from this series is the respect that the different classes do have. You know, it's been a 6-round grueling endurance series, but you know, there's been very little massive yeets or really big incidents out on track. You know, for the stewards have had to get involved on a few occasions, but you know, on the whole, you know, the racing's been really respectful between different classes, which is a really good thing for the league, and obviously for the slower GT3 drivers, it's got to be enjoyable to be in a league like that.
Oh, 100%. I also think at this point in the season where kind of everybody knows what they're fighting for or they're not fighting for, and it being a 3-hour race, all of those factors go into, you know, people want to finish the race. You know, we're not going to see any, you know, 20-minute sprint race bad behavior that you sometimes see in the open public lobbies. And especially if people know that they're coming up on, even if they're in a faster class car, you know, if you're coming up on a car that's in a podium position, you don't need to press the issue and end both of your races prematurely if you've got something bigger than just the race fighting for. And I feel like at this point in the season, everybody kind of knows everybody's tendencies and paces, and we've gotten to learn who does what in each car, and I think you're seeing the benefit of that today versus, you know, the first race of the season. It's a little bit of, you know, trying to figure and feel things out as you go.
Yeah, it definitely is. But just one bit of good news for you. Currently in the point standing, you are tied with Team Breakfade on 107. You are currently ahead of them. So therefore, you will move up the team to be marginally above average within the championships. So congratulations on that if you can maintain the position you're currently at.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, if we can get a podium today, that would be the primary goal. And then if we move up any more in the standings, that feels like a side benefit. We've had a ton of fun racing this season together. This is all of our first time racing in CMS and in the iRTES series. And, you know, I've told the admins, the organizers this, you know, I race in quite a lot of leagues, and there's nothing more frustrating than when you're in a private league with poor racecraft and even worse, poor race control. Because then things just get out of control, and I'd say it's anything but here at Champion Motorsports. You know, as you said, the drivers have a lot of respect for one another. I think the quality of racing is very good, particularly given the spread of iRatings in here and the different classes of cars. And then, you know, like you said, sometimes in racing things happen, but generally I think the stewards here are objective and they're fair and they're consistent, and that's what you need to, you know, be ensured of a good league racing experience. So I know I speak for myself and probably my teammates in saying that, you know, iRTES is going to be back next season, and we plan to be as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll let you go, mate, and you can enjoy the final half an hour of this current series, and hopefully we'll see you on the podium, mate.
Well, thank you so much, and, you know, I'm a little biased. I think you guys know why. I love the Apex Racing broadcast. You guys do a fantastic job, and look forward to many more of you guys covering this series and these races. We really enjoy the broadcast.
Thank you, Chad, and good luck, mate.
Cheers.
Yeah. So there was Chad there for the marginally above average sim racers. But yeah, Owen, I mean, while I was chatting there to Chad, RD Sim Sport are not making it easy for themselves, are they?
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning earlier with the whole pit palaver as well. RD Sim Sport kind of cost them a little bit more than they can chew here with the fuel usage that they've used towards the earlier stages of the race. Of course, made that final stop for them super long, and was able for Penguin Lost Simulation to make that shorter stop, but now have come out right into the cusp of RD Sim Sport there. So as we head into the evening light, RD Sim Sport now trying to defend from Penguin Lost Simulation here. As you can see now, switching on board to Nate Stewart. Only 0.3 of a second now separates them, and here is a golden opportunity here to get right on the rear end, follow them through bus stop as close as you can do, and of course Nate Stewart has the massively more upper hand here because he has the fresher tyres. He can push more of his tyres towards the end because he has more of them to use, whereas Oscar, for example, doesn't. He has to save them towards the end, and of course there's no more fuel to save realistically, so he can just push as much as he wants, avoid the Longhorn Racing GT3 on the right hand side there, which they both do very nicely as well. Shame for the Longhorn Racing there to be in the wall, but this battle still commences here. 0.3 of a second still separates them. Again, Nate Stewart with the more fresher tyres across the whole entire stint. Will they be able to push them more and more? As you can see there, 2/10 of a second now as we head into turn 8. Or Oscar really dragging that car out wide. That's not going to be good. Dives through the inside. Thinks about the Robert. Does Nate Stewart just hang around for a more cleaner exit off of turn 9 here? Or it's tricky. It's very tricky because, you know, Nate's in a position where he can easily just get, you know, pranced on Oscar whenever he wants to. But Oscar has to really save his tyres and really make sure he's conserving his energy to the later stages of this stint, which is pretty much the later stages and the checkered flag of the race, really. But yeah, it's a tough situation for us to be in. Very easy situation for Stewart to be in because Stewart all he needs to do is stay right, not tucked into his rear end. You know, keep following his line through traffic. Really forces GT3s out of his way to make sure that they know he's coming through along with the iRacing Sport car. And here we go. Switch into attack mode now. Does Nate have to? And pushing all the way to the bus stop. It seems like he switched into attack mode. That time is coming down rapidly. Doesn't seem to be too much of a nosebleed coming his way. Thinks better of it. Nicely done. Follows his way cleanly into the bus stop. This is a nice little battle between these two. These two are going to be battling out all the way through. Of course, they want to win this race, win the season finale. Of course, it won't matter too much for the points because they'll all stay relatively to where they are. But yeah, iRacing Sport kind of need to keep in this place in order to keep their championship fight alive for P2 so far. But Penguin RC Simulation will win the championship no matter where they finish in terms of P1, 2 or 3. But they're going for glory. They're going for the gold. They're going for the win to secure the championship as well. So here we go. Same place again, this time a lot closer. 1/10 now separates them both. Just look towards the outside of turn 9. Got GT3s coming out behind them as well. Or in front of them, sorry. So as we hit round down into turn 10, looks towards the inside. The two LMDHs go through nice and cleanly. Penguin RC Simulation BMW gets out of the way of their teammate. Margin above average sim races now. He's the next one to face the LMDH Raf. Goes towards the inside and Nate Stewart is a little bit too far behind in order to risk the send down to the inside. That's the second gap now to iRacing Sport and Penguin RC Simulation. So this battle is held off for another few laps.
I think the writing is on the wall though. They could see how sketchy iRacing Sports were going through the corners, being super defensive, and obviously Penguin RC Simulation have the fresher tyres to be able to push the car as much as he wants, whereas obviously the RD SimSport guys have a lot older tyres, so they're very much under pressure. This, like you said, doesn't really do anything to the outcome between these two drivers, or should I say to the Penguin RC Simulation, but has a real big impact on the RD SimSport Obsidian Racing Future at the moment. Obsidian Racing Future there in third place, not being able to do anything about it, so it's down to Penguin RC being able to overtake the RD SimSport. So I'm pretty sure the Obsidian Racing Future team are flying the flags of the Penguin RC Simulation team to be able to make the passing move on the RD SimSports. Seems like he has the matching on it, Nate, as soon as he wants to make that opportunity pay. Just trying to put a little bit of pressure on Oscar into the final closing stages of this race. You can just see how quickly that Cadillac gets onto the back end of that BMW LMDH. So it's going to be a tall order for Oscar to keep that Cadillac behind him for the rest of this race. It's just 25 minutes. It's just too long to go in there. You know, he might catch a little bit of a respite, as we've seen with a GT3 car just slowing down the Cadillac for a little bit, but as soon as the car gets past the GT3, as we saw previously, the Cadillac is able to just get right onto the back end of the BMW. So I can't see anything other than a Cadillac win here at the moment, as we see just pulling out, and you've got Oscar just trying to do all he can to just hold off the Cadillac of Nate Stewart at the moment, but it's going to be a super tall order to be able to keep him behind, I think.
Yeah, it's difficult here for Oscar, as I said before, with the tyre situation that he's got to deal with. He's got to really make sure that he's saving at this point, and then push towards the end. But of course, as I said before, Nate can just push whenever he feels like it. You know, he's got that tyre life in him to stretch it towards the very end. Even if he pushes, it doesn't really matter because his car can still take it. You see Oscar going so defensive, he so wants to keep that place. Oh, a little bit of rubbing there. Down towards turn 9, still keeps it nicely tucked around the outside. Has to fall back into second place there so far. So Oscar Coveney still keeps P1. So it's a great little battle here so far between the two cars. Of course, the Cadillac at this stage in the race will have the upper hand with the cooler temperatures, allowing the engine to get more power into it and a bit more straight line speed as well. So if he gets a nice exit out in the first corner, even the final corner, he might be able to have a little go at Oscar here. A little bit of a bad exit by Oscar there. And as I just said, Nate Stewart, the better exit and the better run. The cooler attempts with the engine goes towards the outside. Later on the brakes, tries to hook around the outside, forces him to take the inside line, a little bit more harsher line. And there we are, side by side running through the S's now. Here's going to be a little bit tricky to manage the traffic while also battling side by side. They're not going to lift, or Nate lifts just ever so slightly there. I thought they were going to try and go 3 wide, but I think better of it. As they cut their way through the GT3 traffic, Nate might be able to get the GT3, does so. Stern warning to Penguin RC Simulation for pit line entry infraction once again. So you've got to make sure that he's within the pit line entry when he comes in. So thankfully there's no penalty there. Let's keep this battle very much alive because it's the only battle that we have on track so far. It is for the lead as well. So yeah, good to get this up. 7 tenths of a second now separates the 2 of them. Oscar can breathe a sigh of relief for a few laps longer, but it won't be for too much longer because Nate Stewart, again with that extra tyre life, can bring his car right back to where he wants it and right back in an attacking position. But Oscar now needs to calm down a little bit, chill out, let his car remain in a cool condition. As you can see there, the gaps are just falling and falling and falling, with Nate just pushing every little bit he can. 3 tenths of a second now going to turn 10. Oscar really trying to make that late apex to try and save as much of the time life that he can do. He doesn't want to burn up too much of the fronts by doing that though, because it will definitely pay dividends towards the end of the race. But yeah, I think this is a battle that Oscar knows he's going to lose at some point. Just wants to hold on to it as much as he possibly can do, because there's no real scenario where he comes out on top unless he can force Nate in a bad position in traffic. But he's going to have to wait a little bit longer because the traffic is very much spread out and GT3s aren't nowhere to be seen at this point.
I think he's hoping for some GT3. We just saw them there the last time round coming up the S's, and I believe that was with the Sim Racing PR team that was the GT3 Lambo that was in the way going up through the S's. And I just thought, oh no, what's going to happen here? But luckily they got out, as you see a GT3 car going down the slip road there to get out of the way of these two. These two are in a zone at the moment. You know, Oscar's trying his hardest to keep ahead of the Cadillac driver and just praying for GT3 cars at good places for him, but bad places for the Penguin RC Simulation for Nate in the car behind, to give him that little bit of respite, because at the moment there's just a full screen of red in the rear view mirrors of that BMW LMDH of the Penguin RC Simulation LMDH car behind him. And like you said, mate, I think it is a matter of time that the passing move is done. It's not when, it's if. Sorry, not if, it's when the passing opportunity comes. You can see there Nate's doing a little bit of a flash into the RD Sim. It does seem to be that you know, the RD Sim guys are maybe doing a double movement on under the braking to get in front of it that maybe Nate's not too happy with. But at the moment, Oscar's trying to do everything he possibly can do to keep that Cadillac behind him, and at the moment he's doing quite a good job. But it's whether them tyres can hold out for the rest of the race, which is currently just under 20 minutes, which is still a long way to go.
Here we go then. Nate Stewart doesn't hold the outside. I thought he would if he has the tyre way to do it, but chooses better of it. And there we go then. Through the bus stop now they go. 7 tenths of a second now separates them, because Nate had to back out and take a little bit of a more harsher line for that whole section. Keeps Oscar's hopes alive just for a little bit longer now. So there's GT3 coming up behind them. So he needs to make sure that he gets them in the right place. Does so. It's not going to cause too many issues for both of them. Actually, it might do. Joe Black tries to keep to their line, forces Nate to go around the outside, but that's no real issue for him. He has the tyre way to keep that car in a good condition. Look at that. Around the outside of turn 7 there, and still able to catch right on the back of our distance, but just shows the tyre life that Nate's able to preserve in that tyre and push towards Oscar as much as he can do. So yeah, Oscar's really fighting for his whole career, I guess, but yeah, he's really trying to make sure that he doesn't lose his position, and good on them as well. It's, you know, always better to see them just battle it out rather than just give it to them plain-handedly. So Oscar's giving us a good fight here for the end, but it's definitely one that's a lot more stressful than before. You see him weaving all across the straight, making sure he doesn't get any of sort of the toe, but all Nate needs to do is flip that switch into attack mode, and he's got him straight away because he has the gap to do so, but I don't think he realises how close he needs to be. But here we go. Prime opportunity here for Nate to slip into attack mode here. Attack mode, of course, giving you extra power due to the battery, giving you around about 10 to 15 kilometers an hour difference, depending on what car you're in. If you're in the Cadillac, it will give you around 15 kilometers. He's not opting to do so far. Keeps that gap of around about 1/10 and a half. Maybe trying to play into a little bit of a fuel game as well. Maybe Nate's underfueled the car slightly just to get ahead of the iRTES Sport car. Maybe it hasn't worked and needs to save a little bit more fuel, which if he is doing, it's working wonderfully for him. As you can see, 2 iRacing team there. The leader in GT3, as we go past the leader there. 2 iRacing have a very successful race here today. 48 seconds now separates them towards the rest of the field. I believe they do need to pit at some point as well, but yeah, this battle still remains quite tight. 4 attempts between the two of them now. 3.5 attempts now. Now down to 3 attempts. You can see that Cadillac power all the way down the straight. And you can see there from the time towers on the left-hand side, Nate is lifting a whole bunch to save quite a lot of fuel, which is helping on the exits because Arthur is pushing it a little bit too hard at the minute. He needs to kind of relax himself a little bit more. Chill out, let the tyres cool down at the front end, because if he keeps pushing them too much, he's going to have nothing to defend. It's very similar to what happened in the first stint with Obsidian Racing Future and iRacing Sport. He pushed way too much at the start, pushed them fronts to their limits, and Obsidian Racing Future were able to take the position and romp away with it. So as we see here, a 10th now separates them. Going down to turn 1, Nate again lifts once more. He might not think about lifting into the bus up this time around though, as he gets a better exit. This time around on turn 1, 2 attempts of a second separate them before the S's. Now a 10th separates them. Attack mode is definitely engaged for Nate Stewart. As you can see there, the gap is coming down like it's nothing. A 10th now separates them once again, going to the bus stop. Nate Stewart still not into attack mode, coming to the left-hand side. Still needs to lift a little bit more, so he definitely is playing that fuel game. And yeah, it's a great little battle going on here, but I think we'll have to wait a little bit longer before Nate starts to make a move.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's a cat and mouse game going on here. Tall Oscar is certainly being chased down by Nate Stewart there in the Penguin RC simulation car, so this one's going to go to the wire. It's either going to end with an excellent passing move for the Penguin RC team, or it's going to end in disaster. Or as we see, one of the Porsches off there around turn number 7. But yeah, it's either going to end in tragedy or it's going to end in success, because there's a lot of movements going on going into the braking lane, and I think Nate's just trying, and he just needs to stay calm himself. Is that okay? The BMW in front is moving around on him and bits and pieces like that. He's just got to pick his moment right, and exactly like you said, probably the opportunity is here, out of turn 11 down to the start finish straight, put it in attack mode, or out of turn 1 up through down up to the inner loop. So they're the main 2 areas that are the obvious, as you can see. Just looking on the inside there, not quite getting it done, but these are the opportunities here. You can see that RD Sim Sport car getting a little bit twitchy now at the rear end, going around turn number 1. You can see Nate flashing his lights, saying, you know, I'm gonna either get through or even just try to put them off. I don't think I'm a big fan of that, to be honest. You know, let's race on track and get done in the proper means, but it's there to be used, I suppose. So the drivers are going through, but you know, we've got 15 minutes left of this race to go. Oscar has managed to survive 10 minutes of onslaught pressure from the Penguin RC simulation team. Has he got it within himself for the next 15 minutes to keep that prancing Cadillac behind the BMW? It's a tall order, but he's doing a great job.
Yeah, Nate's getting very impatient now. You can see the gap there. You can see the flashing of the lights behind him. He's not too impressed with the moving on the braking, but it slips through the inside. Nate Stewart now slips into P1 as also Corby goes a little bit wide, tries to force his way down the inside. Very deep move there into turn 10. Tries to hold his way around the inside, but he's got a Porsche there on the inside as well. GT3 blocks him from ever going for that move again. Wow. So a little bit of a mistake there from Oscar Corby, just deepening 2 down the inside. Leaves Nate the inside line to blast around, and there we go. Nate Stewart now leads the race and can able to pull away with that extra fresh tyres, but a little bit of a mistake there by Oscar allowed Nate Stewart to slip through down the inside, and the GT3 there on the inside of the turn 10 was not allowing Oscar at all any room to force his way through to Nate Stewart again. So all Oscar needs to do now is keep his momentum flying forward, keep a good pace towards the end, really push his tyres to the limit now, use as much of them as he can do if he saved up any at all, and make sure that Nate Stewart has no breathing room left at all. But a second now separates the 2 of them with Obsidian Racing Future, 4.3 seconds behind the leaders, so around about 3 seconds behind iRacing Sport now. Yeah, it's going to be very close towards the end, especially if traffic holds them up any longer. But great little battle there between the 2 of them so far. But the battle seems to be put on hold for a little bit longer, maybe until the rest of the race, because we know how much Penguin RC Simulation have pace in that car. And yeah, Rennsport, that one little mistake cost them the entire race so far.
Yeah, that's the fine margins in that battle. Went slightly wide there, coming down into the hill into turn 8, which gave the opportunity on the inside for the Penguin RC Simulation, and basically he took it with both hands. And unfortunately, due to a GT3, he wasn't able to fight back into turn number 9 and 10. So it looks like the writing is on the wall at the moment for the Penguin RC Simulation team. Already got out to a 2-second gap. But looking back at the rest of the field, we just looked at Tempest Simsport, 45 seconds ahead of the field in the LMP2 class, and in the GT3 class we got the two-pack racing here, 48 seconds ahead of Sim Racing PR. So a great drive for him. Or for that team in the GT3 class. They did have big hopes from the Spa race in this Watkins Glen, and it's certainly come to fruition. And to be honest, Owen, I think that's 3 from 3 with 11 minutes left to go. So this could be a commentator's first here.
Maybe. It might be. But yeah, I mean, Spa Racing Team has done a great drive so far. I mean, they've pulled out a large gap. I don't know whether they have to pit again. But if they don't need to pit again, then that is a great race for them to have that massive gap. One that I didn't expect personally when I said they were going to win, but I didn't expect it to be by this much. But yeah, they're definitely looking very strong at the minute as well. So nothing will face them so far. Same with Tempest Simsport in the lead in LMP2, of course. 45 seconds that separates them. And an instant under review between Penguin RC Simulation and RTES Simsport. I can only imagine that is for the moving under braking that Penguin RC Simulation has filed a report about. So we'll see what comes of that. Hopefully not too much, because it didn't cause them too many issues. They are ahead now. So yeah, we'll see what comes of it. But of course, Obsidian Racing Future now is definitely on the charts. 3.7 seconds, 3.6 seconds. All that gap is coming down rapidly with Penguin RC Simulation having a bit of troubles in traffic. So let's see what happens with the Obsidian Racing Future car and RTES Simsport as well. So this battle could come from, you know, being super close at the start to almost nothing in the middle of the race to suddenly battling out for the 3 positions at the end. That would be the most ideal scenario, but we need Rafael Ruiz Munoz to really push that car to its limit and make sure that every single traffic spot that they get into trouble with is one where they lose a lot of time in. So yeah, just around about 10 minutes left of the race so far. And the biggest battle we have so far is in this LMDH field with RTES Simsport and Penguin RC Simulation. And Obsidian Racing Future is now getting in the mix as well. So we will keep you posted on this. But yeah, nothing much else to really report in terms of LMP2 and GT3s. I think they're all really spread out for the main positions, as we see Longhorn Racing get a tag by Obsidian Racing Future. So I believe Longhorn was trying to let them through, and Rafael Ruiz Munoz was not expecting that at all and went into the back of Longhorn Racing. So, wow. I mean, it's always about being predictable in GT3, and that definitely wasn't so. But, yeah, that's commentator's courtesy right there. So let's talk about Obsidian Racing Future on the charge. They get involved in anything like that.
Lucky. That was extremely lucky that they pretty much came off unscathed. Obviously, you saw Longhorn there, car spinning out wide, and it was close to making contact as well on the outer loop, which would have been disastrous. But they were massively on the charge to try and get back up to the battle that's ensuing in front between RTES Simsport and Penguin RC Simulation, which did manage to get down to around about a second, but now was stretched out again to 2.5 seconds. So must have been a little bit of traffic that the Penguin RC Simulation team got involved in, but was able to get through it and increase the lead. But currently looking at the SimHQ Motorsport Red team with Paul Hale at the helm, 45 seconds behind the Tempest Simsport, but well ahead of the Penguin RC Simulation LMP2 team. So certainly in a no man's situation for him at the moment, but a great result for them. P2 overall in the LMP2. Got 9 minutes left of the race to go. So there's all looking good for the SimHQ Motorsport Red team. Looking further back, I suppose the closest battle there is marginally above average, which can say they are in third place. Currently 6 seconds ahead of the Penguin RC Simulation GT3 team. So this will be a good result for that team, which will have to change their name because they can't be marginally above average being in third. They are well above average for this race. But it's good to see a team, isn't it? You know, you come in with a league, Oscar, to be to be able to just see what you can do, gain some experience, and then sort of by the end of that season, you're getting a podium position. It sort of thrusts you on to be a lot better, and then really excited towards future series, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed. I remember back a long time ago when I used to compete in Apex Racing League competitions and prototypes. When I used to get a good position, it always used to fill me up with confidence to take me into the next rounds and further my racing as well. So yeah, I'm sure for Robbie Prescott and the guys at Mountain above average sim races, it's going to be quite a good thing to take home with them, especially today as well. So yeah, hopefully it spurs them on for bigger and better things, because they're definitely more than above average at the minute. So yeah, good stuff from them so far, and hopefully they can keep it towards the end as we see Darren Mowbray and the CMSRacing.com Pro team on their way to battle out for 4th place. Of course, CMSRacing.com Pro, a former winner here in LMDH in this series. They won last time out in Spa, so we know they have some pace in that car to push on. So we'll see what they can do as well. And also Coveney here, battling out with none other than Obsidian Racing Future. So the tail of the tape has flipped on itself again. The battle that we had at the very start of the race now is at the very end of the race, with only about 6 minutes to go here. Also Coveney against Munoz. There are 3 attempts to separate them. So iRacing Sport, of course, lost out to Penguin Racing Simulation with a bunch of moves going on in traffic, and was able to put their way through with a little bit of a mistake there from Oscar. Oscar hoping to not make the same mistake to let Obsidian Racing Future here through at all. So around 5 attempts to separate them as they cross the line here. Obsidian Racing Future again in a very similar position to what Penguin Racing Simulation was, of course, with the fresher tyres, and maybe a bit lighter car as well with less fuel in it. So they will be able to push a little bit harder than Oscar will. Oscar, with 5 minutes to go, may be able to bring a little bit more pace into the car than what we've seen in his final stint. And of course, going through the inner loop now, the bus stop, of course, taking it very tight towards the line, and really early on throttle as well. He's got a lot of pace in that car and a lot of aggression in that car to use as well. So let's see what they can do towards the end of the race with a very, very hungry Obsidian Racing Future on the rear end of them. This will be a really good comeback story, won't it? Going from crashing out in quite big fashion at the shoot that we just passed, all the way to potentially picking off 2nd place again. And of course, this is the battle for 2nd place in this championship as well. If Obsidian Racing Future get ahead, they will of course retain their 2nd place that they still have. So it is all to play for here as well. So best of luck to these two. Hope for a good race. And it's the same thing again. Very much the same thing as we just had before. Oscar Coveney, a little bit wide at turn 9, allows Rafael Munoz to slip through, very similar to how we let Penguin Racing Simulation slip through at the same corner. Wow.
Got to be kicking himself. That's 2 for 2 that he's let through now on that same corner, getting it slightly wide. Like you said, you've really got to be committed on the braking coming into turn number 9 to be able to stop the car, and if you don't, you go extremely wide, that we've seen him do twice and let 2 cars through. But I mean, you can't take it away from Obsidian Racing Future. They, like you said, they crashed out from the lead of this race around about 10 seconds ahead of anyone. Coming down through the chute, a car had spun in front of him, came around the corner, and basically had nowhere to go. So pretty much went from hero to zero in one moment from the top to the bottom. But as it fought his way back here, I mean, what an amazing drive to be able to get back up to 2nd place, only 3.4 seconds behind the Penguin RC Simulation team. I mean, that's just a feat, because I think they had to tow back to the pits because that car was pretty much mangled, and if not, he would have lost a mountain of time anyway trying to drive that car back to the pits, literally halfway around the lap. To be able to then get 2nd place overall, and possibly, I think time is certainly not going to be within 4 minutes left to do. So I think 1st place is very much a tall order for Rafael and Obsidian Racing Future. But I mean, what a comeback drive!
Yeah, dear. I mean, it's what I expected from a team such as Obsidian Racing. Of course, this is their development team, the future. And of course, definitely showing that they are the future of Obsidian Racing as well, having a very strong LMDH team already. Pablo Espez, who unfortunately left the Brazilian Racing very recently, but still a very strong team nonetheless. But as you can see here on the bottom right hand side of your screen, the lap deltas between Rafael Munoz and Nate Stewart. Doesn't seem like it's enough to get them at all. No, in the last 5 laps, he's gained 9 tenths, which over 5 laps isn't that much at all. So, yeah, we'll soon find out where he comes in terms of the positions at the end, because there's only roughly about 2.5 minutes to go here. But it seems like Penguin Racing Simulation will retain the top step of the podium and the top step in the championship as well as Tempest Simsport. Again, winning out all 6 races here in this championship so far. If this fleet continues and then 2.5 minutes left. Who will obviously win this round, the season finale, and win the championship in LMP2 as well. The Two-Part Racing team will take their 2nd win of the season and will be crowned in 2nd place ahead of Sim Racing PR, which was the big battle in GT3 today. Of course, level on points going into this round. And iRacing Sport 4 will obviously win the title if they're still in the position they are now, and awarding to iRacing Sport for spatial awareness. So good to see that there's no harsh penalty coming their way, just awarding to them, which won't matter too much anymore because it is the remaining 1.5 minutes left of the entire series. So yeah, good to see that the stewards have been very consistent with their decisions. And you see there the white flag is being waved by Brandon Flagman. Signify 1 final lap left of this race, 1 final lap left of this championship. And again, very thankful to Penguin Racing Simulation for sponsoring this entire series, and simrace247.com as well. Of course, go check them both out, because they make this series possible and make this championship fight possible as well. And of course, Nate Stewart bringing it around for one final time. Around the bus stop he goes, trying not to hit the wall at all, because that won't be very nice if you hit the wall in the final lap. Nicely done. All the way through the bus stop, all the way through the chute, making sure he passes all the GT3 nice and gradually again. 4.4 seconds, so he's got nothing to lose here at all. 1 final lap in attack mode, 1 final lap to get all the pace out of the car. Again, nothing really seems to be phasing him here at all. 3.5 seconds now separates them both. 3.4 seconds now, so I'm not sure he's too fussed about losing too much time to a Brazilian Racing feature. As long as he doesn't run out of fuel, he should be all fine towards the very end. But yeah, great final race here. As you can see, Nate Stewart doing a little bit of weaving there to signify the end of the race. Very happy man is Nate Stewart so far in the team. And again, Watkins Glen has played host to this final round of the championship in great fashion. We've had great racing so far, especially towards the end with iRacing Sport, Obsidian and Penguin Racing Simulation and LMDH, but it will be Penguin Racing Simulation and LMDH who round out the championship and round out this final race here at Watkins Glen to come around the final corner and take victory at Watkins Glen and take victory of the Champions Motorsport iRacing Team Endurance Series. So congratulations to Penguin Racing Simulation, of course the sponsors of this league, to come and take the checker flag in P1, not only in the race, but also in the standings. And of course, Oscar Coveney for iRacing Sport in P3, Obsidian Racing Future in P2. Great comeback drive from them to finish 2.3 seconds behind the lead. And yeah, it's just been a great race all round.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was a grandstand finish there in the LMDH. It was all down to iRTES Sport to try and maintain that advantage, but unfortunately it was a little bit too much. Obviously pitted slightly earlier than both Obsidian Racing Future and iRTES Sports, but you know, a great race at the end. Another great race here for the Two-Pack Racing team. You know, pretty much had a decent battle with the Sim Racing PR team earlier on, but then sort of extended their lead during the rounds of the pit stops and pretty much haven't looked back since. So, moreover for them, that secures them 2nd place in the championship over their rivals Sim Racing PR. So congratulations to Two-Pack Racing, a great win in the final round of the season. And yeah, in the LMP2, 44 seconds ahead is Tempest Simsport, literally the dominating team of the LMP2 series here for 2023. Comes around to take 6 from 6, I believe that is, and that is some feat.
Yeah, congratulations to Tempest Simsport, again dominating series so far, and of course dominating this round in Watkins Glen in typical Tempest Simsport LMP2 fashion. But to round out the entire series so far, there's another incident under investigation between iRacing Sport and Penguin Racing Simulation, so the order could change potentially if the stewards decide that there's something that they didn't like. but of course, Penguin Simulation rounding out the final flag, the final race on the top step of the podium and the top step of the championship as well as they come through to park up the car. And yeah, it's just been a fantastic season altogether as we hopefully bring you the final standings. Unless anything changes, we can give you the final orders of the race today. And here we go then. So for the race results, Penguin Racing Simulation on the top step. They win over 2.2 seconds over Obsidian Racing Future, followed by RD Sim Sport, our three main protagonists for this championship so far. CMS Racing Pro finishes out in P4. They finally get SimHQ Motorsports Orange, so congratulations to them, who finished in P5. Do SimHQ Motorsports Orange. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue round out your finishers in LMDH in P6, followed by Tempest Sim Sport, the start of your LMP2 positions. Of course, rounding out all 6 races on the top step, but running out the championship in good fashion as well. SimHQ Motorsports Red LMP2, so well done to them. Penguin Racing Simulation LMP2 also on the podium in LMP2. Blue Shell Racing in P4. Organisation Pro Am following behind them. 100 Force and Longhorn Racing round out your finishers in the LMP2 category. And Two-Part Racing Team finishing good fashion for GT3 as well on the top step, followed by Sim Racing PR, who finished in 3rd in the championship, and Two-Part Racing Team in 2nd. Marginally above average Sim Racers take a podium place in P3. Penguin Racing Simulation in P4. Dogbert Black finish out in P5. Imperial Motorsports P6. Behind them, Team Breakfade, Wild Juice Racecraft, Flying Line SG, Valhalla Motorsports, RD Sim Sport 4, your final championship winners in GT3, Longhorn Racing, and then Static Adrenaline for LMDH. Organisation, Backpain iStream Racing Team, and these are the last of your finishers here of this race who unfortunately didn't make the checkered flag. So, Andy, your thoughts on this final race of the championship?
Oh, it's just been amazing, isn't it? There was still a lot on the line. There were still opportunities for teams to improve their position. You know, there was no outright winners, maybe apart from the LMP2s and the GT3s, but certainly the LMDH came right down to the wire. And unfortunately, RD Sim Sports couldn't keep hold of the race win to get 2nd overall, but made it a super thrilling result at the end of there. So we could just see there's a warning to the Penguin RC team for excessive flashing. So the results do still stand. So there we go. But we can get into the rounds of the interviews. Let's go with the LMP2 winners, and we'll welcome to the booth Tempest Sim Sport 11. Wow, I mean, what a season you have had so far. 6 from 6. I mean, you must be flying a cloud really high at the moment.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the broadcast, first of all. And yeah, this has been a good year, not only here in CMS, but also internally at Portugal. It's the 2nd championship we grab, but I gotta say that this one is really up there. 6 and 6, 6 pole positions, and also I believe we lead every lap. Only didn't lead when the pit stops were not synced. So technically we're always on the lead. So yeah, it was really a great championship for us.
You've had the perfect race, perfect season. I mean, how do you top that?
You can't. I think you can't. The only thing that eventually comes to my head is to move up a class to the LMHD and try to do the same thing, which I don't think will be possible because the LMHD class, I think it's more competitive than the LMP2, but I don't know what the team will decide to do, if we are going to defend the LMP2 title or not the next season, but I hope so, because we really like to drive the Lara LMP2 car.
I mean, you certainly know how to drive it. I mean, 43 seconds in this race. I think on average you were at least 30 seconds ahead of the rest of the class. I mean, it may throw a gauntlet to other LMP2s out there, and our very own Owen in the booth to sort of maybe put a challenge to you in the next season events, because you certainly have the pace around there. What do you put down to the secret of your success? Is it, you know, unlimited laps around tracks, just really have a really good understanding of the car? What do you put, you know, your success and the way that you've had your success this season down to?
I think it's a combination of factors, because endurance race has many variables, but I would say it's basically hard work, because we try to prepare as much as possible for the races. Also, we are very active during the official iRacing season, which is good because it keeps you competitive. I think we got a quite nice understanding about how the car works, what you can do with it, what you can't, and I think that's essential for be competitive in any type of sport. But mostly, I would like to say it's hard work. If you don't work for it, you will not get it. That's for sure.
Definitely is, and I suppose you've got quite a few people behind the drivers in your team helping you out, like your spotters and that, and I'll give you an opportunity to give them a shout out.
I would like to thank the sponsors, Tam Liveries, which made this amazing design for our cars. Also Mundo Ideias, which is a store that helped us with our team t-shirts and all that, and to all my friends and my team buddies, team friends, because even if they are not racing, they are always trying to help us and cheer us up and rooting for us, and that's really important to feel that support when you come to the race. But especially I like to thank to Rui Queiroz, Pedro Souza, Felipe Silveira and André Vilela that made this championship with me, and it was a memorable one.
Yeah, definitely is. Well, congratulations on your perfect season for Tempus SimSport, and hopefully we'll see you back for next season. But until then, mate, congratulations on your LMP2 win. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys, and good job with the championship. Looking forward to the next one.
Cheers. And there was the Tempus SimSport team, absolutely dominating season. But Owen, who have you got standby with?
Well, I have got the championship winners in LMDH, and of course the winners of Watkins Glen Penguin Arts Simulation LMDH. So guys, congratulations, flawless race for you guys as well. So talk us through the race and the championship.
It was a great race, stressful, but we knew our situation for the championship, and we tried to execute the best we could on that. I opened the stint pretty conservatively. I kind of stayed behind those fast three. The RD2 car crashed. Something happened to the 13, I think, and then I don't know. We caught RD1, and then we battled with them for most of the race. And then Nate got in the car, and the race turned upside down. It was stressful from there for me.
Yeah, I accidentally committed to a move I probably shouldn't have. Ended up giving us a drive-through, and then I knew I had the speed to win, but giving us that drive-through just made it so much harder than it had to be. And then I just ended up getting in, putting my head down, and then I just essentially went full bore to the finish and was able to get up to Oscar. Oscar didn't race me the nicest, which I wasn't particularly a fan of, but it is what it is. We got around him thanks to some help from traffic, and then it was set sail from there, and thankful we were able to come across P1 when probably should have been there more than we were this race, and also won the championship, so that's pretty cool too.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, you guys at the start of the season, it looked fairly tame at the start of the season. It was more like Obsidian and iRacing Sport leading the way, and all of a sudden you guys come through at the final hurdles and final races. So what was that change that you guys made to bring the car in such a good place?
I don't think it was really a change. It was more like we don't have as much attrition as the other guys do. I mean, they're fast out of the gate, but especially in the second stint in these races a lot of the guys in the prototype class up at the front, they just get in incidents. Kind of silly. It's been like that all season. And then these last rounds, I think, we were the only team to switch the Cadillac, and especially here, in the later part of the race, it got to be the fastest car on the track, in my opinion. The same with Spa at the end. We had to fix some damage there. We got second, but I think we easily could have won the last race too. So it all comes down to that, but we never give up.
Yeah, indeed, guys. And of course, today you showed that as well. Of course, with the drive-throughs and everything else that you were talking about as well. Just that, never giving up attitude forced you towards the end and paid off well. So how was it, managing everything out there today compared to obviously most of the tracks I've been to? Of course, they've been more, not as conservative here. It's been more of kind of like a save tyres, definitely, and save fuel and manage traffic at the same time more than ever before. Was it a bit more tough to deal with that this round, or was it kind of the same?
I think it was, but thankfully for me and Blake both, we know the scores pretty well thanks to NASCAR going here quite a bit, because me and Blake are both NASCAR guys, so we were able to learn the ins and outs of this track quite a bit, and I would say more so than some road guys too, because we have to run in so many different cars and all that. So we learn prototypes, stock cars, GT cars. We have a wider range of experience and a lot of people, I would say. So we get used to, feeling out what we need to do with tires and gas and managing slow traffic and, fighting with faster cars and, just everything. I'm thankful I know this track really well, because I don't think I would have been able to put on as good a show at the end if I didn't really know this course as well as I do.
Indeed, guys. There's another flawless race from you guys again. And again, congratulations on winning the entire championship. And yeah, if there's anyone like to thank, now's your chance.
Yep. Shout out Penguin RC Simulation, sponsor of the series, sponsor of our car. Our car looks beautiful. Cosmin Yaneshu at Splash and Go made it. He also made our BMW when we were racing that. Brian Son, of course, for sponsoring us. You guys for broadcasting. You guys are an excellent watchback during work for me. I know I pop up the VOD, the YouTube VOD, and watch that while I'm working sometimes. And Nate for coming on. Flynn Lazier, he won for us at Le Mans, and Sam Adams started us out at Daytona. So good squad, diverse drivers, and getting the win for us.
Indeed, guys. Congrats again, and hopefully we can see you here next season to hopefully be on the winning streak once more.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you.
That was Penguin RC Simulation there for your championship winners. And Andy, who have you got waiting for us in the wings today?
Well, we've got two-pack racing team, Jose Carrera here joining us in the booth. It was an exceptional race for you. A little bit nervous before the first round of pit stops, but after that you sort of asserted your dominance and went on to win the race. Just talk us through the race from your point of view.
Hi guys, so yeah, I think we went in without much practice in terms of, what was the peak strategy to follow, but it was like, what, I think based on the starting temperature of the track, it was like we should just use the sets now, because I think it was around like 105 degrees at the start, so my partner was just, getting decent lap times down at that temperature, and then I just needed to use one set for the final two stints, and it worked out.
It definitely was. I mean, you were in a real race with your championship protagonists, the Sim Racing PR. Both of you were on 150 points. Were you aware of that going into this race? It was pretty much winner takes all.
Oh yeah, 100%. Before the race, we thought, hey, maybe with the drop rounds and everything, we might be ahead. But ultimately, we said it's easier if we just straight out win the race, or at least finish ahead of Sim Racing PR, and that's what we did.
Definitely was. I mean, we spoke to you in Spa, and you had really good aspirations for this track at Watkins Glen. Obviously, winning at Watkins Glen. How do you think your season has gone through these 6 races in the 2023 iRTES series?
Yeah, so I think overall it was a great season. Last season we actually won the championship, so coming here in this season and just only winning 2 out of the 6 races is kind of a humbling experience. But overall, we're looking forward to hopefully grab that championship trophy again next season.
It definitely is, but congratulations on your win. Congratulations on gaining second place overall in a GT3. Obviously, still a top 2 finish for yourself, and be looking forward to seeing you come back next season in 2024 to see if you can retake that GT3. But before we let you go, mate, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yes, for sure. Team TPRT. You know, we've been doing this series with CMS for now 2 straight years. It's great. It's always challenging. So we're looking forward to see if we can put more cars in this series next year, specifically in other categories. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations, mate, and we look forward to seeing you next season in another GT3 car and see if you can win it.
Yes.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you. So there was Pete. Owen, do you want to chat with anyone else?
Yeah, so we have Miguel Colon here for Sim Racing PR. So obviously Miguel was part of that Sim Racing PR machine. And unfortunately couldn't get to my racing team towards the end. Had to settle for the 3rd place in the championship overall there at the end. But Miguel, how was it, the championship and this race from your perspective?
Well, I think overall was a good season. Less incidents compared to the previous one. Still had a couple incidents this year with fast car. But overall, I would say like a good race today. I think we did probably a small bad strategy at the end, and then coming out with the cold tires, I went inside the bus stop going in. And this GT3 car, like the bus stop is very tricky going in, and then I ended up hitting the car, having a small incident against the wall. So at that point it was like game over to try to fight with the TPR team for the 2nd place in the standing. But overall it was a good season.
Yeah, indeed, mate. Again, it was a really good fight for you guys at the start. I saw a very good move for you into the bus stop at the very start of the race. Of course, Tupai got ahead of you at turn 1, then almost like you said, no, you don't, and forced your way around the bus stop. So, would you really trying to fight your way through and make sure that they don't get through no matter what, or was it more of playing the strategy game and trying to find out that way?
No, I think we both had a very even car in terms of like pace and setup wise. I made a mistake in turn 1 and he was able to get me through. I know like the only people that were fighting for standing in the championship, it was with them. So I just wanted to put a little pressure early to see the outcome and how everything play out. But I think overall we were kind of similar. Then we got a couple of traffic people going by of the fast car, and then he was able to pull away. And then my crew chief told me like, take care of your tires. I wasn't expecting that neither, so I started backing up my pace to try to just finish the thing, save the tires. But I think our setup was pushing a little too much the nose, so creating more wear of what we wanted in the front tires.
Yeah, indeed. So of course you guys finished P3 overall in the championship. So is that making you aspire on to come back next year to fight for even higher?
Well, last year we finished P3, and the 2nd year P3. So let's see if next season we have a different luck or what we do. I know like when you have like a season like this one, like goes through the whole year, sometimes iRacing do updates through the mid-season and may get one car that had an advantage and then put it back in disadvantage. I feel like it was kind of our situation with the Lambo this year to be able to keep up with the BMWs or the new Porsche. It make it a little bit harder to try to push for the limit and push the car, to the limit.
Indeed. Well, we hope you can fight back more next year and try and reach that top step. And again, if there's anyone you'd like to shout out and give thanks to, now is your chance.
Well, I would say thank you guys for the stream on every race, the CMS community for putting this championship together with the sponsorships. And also congratulations to TPR on the 2nd place. That was a nice battle today and the W today. And also shout out for a team of Sim Racing PR from Puerto Rico and our sponsor, Josayo Machine Shop.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Miguel. And can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us next year.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
There's Miguel Curlin there from Sim Racing PR. And I think that rounds out all our interviews for today and the championship for this season. So, Andy, what's your final thoughts?
I mean, it's been amazing. I've managed to commentate on 3 of the rounds, and they were as good as the first season that I commentated on as well. You know, it's an excellent racing community. The racing is really clean, safe, and some great racing in the different categories. We just need somebody to challenge the Temper SimSport 11 team in the LMP2, and I think they'll have the perfect grid.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a massively fun championship this year, and hopefully we can have just as much fun next year, perhaps even more. So yeah, it's been fun. I've been Owen Carroll. I've had Andy Thompson alongside me with Lee Thompson in the virtual production trailer, and we will see you next time for some more racing action on Apex Racing TV.